That's really interesting that it didn't auto start. I scheduled it for 1 p.m., but maybe it's because I started a little bit after 1 p.m. So here we go. I mean, I'll have to get people subscribed to the YouTube channel. That seems to be a big thing. Because I don't know if this is really going to pop up on anybody's feeds otherwise. Alrighty. Um, let me show you guys this screen that popped up, just because this might be good for you to learn as well. As of Godot 4.4, scenes and resources use UIDs to reference scripts and shaders. Normally, this update is applied to a single scene or resource once you save it in Godot 4.4 for the first time. If you have a lot of scenes and or resources, doing this manually may be time consuming. This tool will update all of the project's scenes and resources at once. Click Restart and Upgrade to restart the editor to update all the scenes and resources in this project. Depending on the project size, it may take several minutes. Please make sure you have your project backed up before running the tool to avoid the possibility of data loss. Additionally, make sure you commit all UID files into version control. Do not add them to ignore lists like git ignore. Okay, so I'm going to try this since I am on a new branch, and this should technically be safe. If not, it's not hard to revert to an older commit. Save modified resources. Yeah, sure. So let's see what happens. I mean, I guess it's restarting. It said that this could take several minutes. And I kind of thought it would maybe keep the process alive somehow. Is it actually going to start Godot again? Because it seems like it just died. I guess I'll sit here and wait to see if Godot will come back. We're just sitting here waiting now. It said this could take several minutes for a lot of scripts. I mean, if I could probably count the number of scripts that we have. It's not a lot. I think they're thinking about like a full game. So if I go here, and actually, if I take this window with me all the time, because this window could live with me in the work. So if I go to, if I list up the scripts, or if I open this in Ranger, we could probably just count them. Just like this, we could look at the file structure. All this needs to be organized anyways. That's probably going to happen after the demo, just so we can have some time to just cool off. You can see the UIDs got generated, so there they are. So here's the scripts folder. We got 2 for entities, and then all of these have all of a sudden just been doubled up. So half of however many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that leaves us at 12 total. And then we have the C# scripts for printing. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Let's see, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24, and then there's a couple of these more so yeah, I would estimate that our game so far has less than 100 scripts. Probably in the realm of 50. Some of these are really small. So I mean, they're more or less kind of meant to, I don't know, be referenced by other scripts. They're not all of these are created equal. Some of these are going to be more complex than others. This one you could see basically the full preview of right here, which is pretty dope. It's the UID. This script right here, that is, I don't even remember. Oh yeah. This script isn't even used. It's 320 bytes. It's literally all those lines right there. So so there you go. That I think that should have been done. I just don't think Godot would is able to restart itself right now. So let me go back here. Let me actually start up Godot. I wonder if that's gonna make version control a little bit more of a pain. I think my lead programmer said that UIDs kind of help out things on the Unity side of development. when working with like a Git repo. So maybe that's why they were talking about specifically not adding those to the Git ignore. So maybe I'll be able to talk to my lead programmer. Maybe that'll happen on stream. But now it looks like the game is coming in just fine. Still loading. Still loading. There you go. There you go. All right. We're all good. We're all good here. So yeah, last time I remembered that these assets weren't properly applied to scale. So that's why the trees look really weird. They look like they're kind of expanding out of the, like, in a really non-proportional way. I'm pretty sure these trees are just supposed to be vertical and things like that. From what I've seen in the screenshots. So, yeah, I think what'll need to happen is I'll get the blend file from my programmer at some point in time, rather than just the whatchamacallit, the export, because this export includes everything, and I won't be able to input and edit this, I'm pretty sure. So the goal for today, now that we've got the storage server up and running, I was able to get game files from my team, is to do another pass on some of this art stuff, refine it. This was a block out. I drew this in 2D. They put it into 3D. I'm probably going to kind of just refine these assets in 3D. This is going to be a stream where for the next, 4.5 hours, you're going to see some really bad 3D modeling in Blender. This is going to be, if you're a 3D modeler at all, if you actually do this for a living, you're going to find that I am not good at this. And that's okay, because I just need to be good enough to put this in the game. So I'm going to sit up. This is real gamer hours. I might need to adjust the, oh, here isn't adjusted. I want to make sure I have proper back support here and sit with good posture. Because sitting at a desk for 4.5 hours isn't the healthiest thing. So I want to get some things right at the very least. Should I post on? I was talking smack on LinkedIn. I don't know if it's the right place to promote a Twitch stream. I think that's what I was talking about when I was talking smack about LinkedIn last time. Was it's a place where people are talking about like their professional ventures, including like, oh, like I work in like for a marketing agency or something like that, or here's my business just reached a new milestone. But I'm like I'm streaming on Twitch, and I don't feel like it's really a place where I'd be like, hey, I'm working on my game development live on stream. You know what I mean? It just feels weird like that. That's my thing with why LinkedIn feels weird as a social media platform, because I could go on Blue Sky and I'm super comfortable just saying, hey, I'm live streaming, like, go, you could, here's the link, come by and say hi, and it's just a little blurb. It's not like talking about like anything else. It's like, come to the live stream, you'll figure out, and you could ask me questions if you really have them. But yeah, I don't know, I just feel like LinkedIn doesn't meet the vibe check for something like that. So, yeah, there we go. Alrighty, so this is not to scale. What's interesting is, did I scale this when I brought this in? Because maybe its original scale was actually good. So this is this, I might have scaled its parent actually. So I made this 5 times bigger, when honestly this thing might actually need to be 5 times smaller. So if I turn this level, if I turn this whole room 5 times smaller, the scale of 0.2, is that too small? That seems too small. A quarter. Actually, it seems like it's actually just twice as big as it's supposed to be. Around, that's estimated. So I made this water wheel cube 5 times bigger, just about. Did I? Yes, I did. I did over here. 6 times bigger, just about. So if I put this back to a scale of 1, it is very, very small. Um, so maybe I'll just have to get used to making things a lot larger than I think. Because I was trying to measure it out in centimeters. I forget because I am so not metrically minded how small centimeters actually are. So if I go back to this here, and yeah, this is like a meter. Like, so basically all of these times 6. Times 6. What is that? Okay. Let's make all these times 6. So now those proportions should be fine if I apply scale. And then I save, and then I re-export this. Let's see here. Where did I... This goes to Godot. Layer by layer, assets, models. Do I have it here? Waterwheel.glb. Can I like star this directory? Add to favorites. Is there to add bookmark? Oh, there you go. Perfect. So now I could just always come back here. Let's give that a try. Let's go back to Godot. Now it's, yeah, look at that. Okay. So just kind of keeping in mind the way things are scaled. It's kind of weird. There's also, I had a friend play test the game and they had some really good feedback. So aside from just the art things, I might have to sneak in a couple of improvements to for the game. So, and I'm also, yeah, there's also a design change that we're gonna make. This won't actually have a lot of consequences from the gameplay side of things. It'll actually just prevent some design issues in the future, but it will what's it called? It's gonna change the way that the 3D printer's art is rethought of. So that's gonna be something that goes a bit onto a fast track of the drawing board. And you know what? That will probably be my first priority, is actually this 3D printer and the console. I'm gonna start with the console because it's gonna be just some cute art stuff. And then we will move on to the 3D printer. So let me grab the console. Let's see which browser I have here. Yeah, so I have this browser here, but if I go to Discord and I grab the image from the art channel, here it is. If I open it in browser, is it going to open in this browser? Yes, it will. Okay. For some reason, it also just opened a random new tab. So if you look between the project and the picture, pretty similar. My artist really did like work on this and get that back. This whole drawing turned into 3D in about a day's worth of time, I think, which is really fast turnaround. So what I'm talking about, the oh, that's the wrong color for that. When I'm talking about the console, I'm talking about that red object below the big printer. So we're gonna start on that because it's pretty simple and blocky. We could add some details later. But I'm gonna do like a really, really rough block out of that. So let's start there. So I'm gonna save this, and then we're gonna go to a new general. This and this could go away. Honestly, I might actually live with default cube to start, which I know is heresy, but it should be fine. Let me call this printer console, and then let's see. You just edit. It's already pretty. Here, I will zoom in specifically on this bit of reference here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's already like a cube shape. It's just got a chunk cut out of it. Um, so I'm wondering if the best way to do this is to go from the side and kind of do something like this, and maybe just cut these vertices out can fill in these instead. This is extremely low poly now. So it's basically like a little Minecraft staircase. Now let's save this as what it is right now. I will call this one what I named it in the collection, which is printer console. Probably gonna, I should probably unify this snake case for the sake of organization. Do the same with water wheel after we get the demo out, but I might as well just enforce that now. Between this and the console, I kind of do want it to not be just super angular. Well, I do want it to be angular, but when it comes to these 2 points, I kind of want them to have a little bit of tilt here like that. So if I bring this up, it's almost like it's now something that's facing the player. And if I do this, now this looks like something out of, I don't know, like a control center. Something you would see like with like, you put the buttons down on this face right here and some screens or scopes or something on this face right here, and you get like a sort of like controls that you would see in NASA's control room. I think they call that area Capcom or something like that. So now we gotta do what I do with all edges and make it cuter. I wonder if this will just work if I just do a select all bevel. Yeah, that's kind of getting there. I want the bevel to have more segments to make it a little bit rounder. And I should probably come up with a standard of 0.1. A 0.1 bevel will just, I can just apply that to everything. How many segments did that bevel have? I think it's 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So I wonder if I should do the bevel at the end because I'm going to be adding some objects onto this. But for now, we're going to do this the messy way. And then we'll clean it up later. I'm going to add a material and we're going to make this a red. My cursor just disappeared. Did Blender just crash? Uh-oh. My cursor's gone. Well, whenever I have it in the window. If I go somewhere else, if I go here, the cursor's back. Blender, what did you do? I can't click on Blender anymore. It's a good thing I saved. I'm just gonna restart it. Blender needs a little break because it's crashed. It's like showing here. Oh. Okay, I guess I'll just have to kill Blender. Oh, it crashed. Okay, it's fully gone. Let's bring this here, but Blender will go over this. Okay, let's try that again. What was it? Printer console. When I added a material to that, it was so unhappy. Let's make this red. Should probably put this on the other side, or my webcam on the other side when working in Blender. Oh, and go to material preview, and I'll see that this is red if Blender doesn't crash again. It seems like it's crashing. It seems like it's hitched up and frozen. Oh! Wow, that took a long time to apply that material. Something that I'm going to do as well with this object is I'm going to move it so that the origin's actually at its base. So I'm going to move it up and I'm going to set the origin to where the 3D cursor is, which is by default at the ground, in air quotations for Blender's coordinate system. This is kind of nice. I mean, Blender 4.4 kind of has a way to kind of curb this, but it's nice when you're trying to place something static on the ground for its origin to be on the ground, because when you reset its like vertical coordinate or whatever, it will more or less rest flat on the ground like this. Whereas if I had it the previous way, as soon as I reset this, if I spawn this in the world, it actually spawns clipped into the floor like this. If I had a floor, it would be looking like that. But if I do this, set the origin to the 3D cursor. Then whenever it spawns, it just kind of lays along the floor. I guess it Z fights with the under the ground a little bit, but it's very rare that you would get that, that you would have the camera below like that. So it's fine. I could, if I really wanted to be super particular about it, I could move it up just like a couple centimeters up above the ground and then set the origin. And then it'll always have a tiny, tiny bit of margin there. So here we go there. Let me double check the stream really quick. Make sure things are healthy. I'm still paranoid that I'm not doing this right. And minimize that. Stream looks healthy on both sides. Alrighty. The YouTube delay is definitely greater than the Twitch delay. And I think it's because I didn't set it to low latency. So yeah, I'll have to do that next time, I guess. Sorry, YouTube folks that don't exist yet. Alrighty. So that basically makes up a really great body for the console. There will be an outline shader in the game that will kind of draw an outline in the same way that this orange outline is being drawn around it in Blender, which will give it a more kind of cartoon-esque look. We have cell shading in the game, and I'm not totally sold on the way it's implemented, or will be getting rid of it for the time being. But let's add some controls to this thing. So now I'm going to add another object. Probably a cylinder. And the cylinder is going to be really small. This one actually is going to be a couple centimeters. So it's only going to be like 1 centimeter tall. And it's going to be like 5 by 5 centimeters. 0.05, 0.05. And this guy is going to be moved up here, basically. That's a little bit too small. Let me see. A little bit bigger. 10 centimeters. Yeah, just, I'm thinking about real world scale, and 5 centimeters is about, I don't know. Think about this big, so maybe that is too small. I'm trying to think about like real world scale. I'm just kind of spitballing sizes right now. And then obviously this will need to be tilted along the same angle as the console. But I'm gonna wait till I add, so this is gonna be like a little joystick, like the rim area around a joystick, and then there's gonna be what look like arcade style joysticks here. So I'm actually going to just generically place this along where I think it'll go. There's gonna be 2, and then a set of face buttons. And maybe if I add other just random switches and buttons, it'll look more like a console device for operating the 3D printer. This is a mix of something really cutesy, obviously like solar punky, and also a mix of like a piece of like controls for a machinery. Because the way that I'm seeing the 3D printer, since it's not handled just purely by a computer, is that it's something that gets operated like a crane. So having these like industrial control sticks and whatnot will kind of give that sort of air. I want to make these a little bit bigger because the camera's going to be far away. Just imagining in the game, it's going to look more like that. Something like that. Cool. And then this material, I just make this black for now. Maybe a really not all the way black, but a gray. And then, the real thing is I kind of, well, the joystick's going to go in the middle of that. So I'm wondering if I should cut a hole into the middle of this. And if there was a better way to model that. Because now, I wonder if I could cut a hole in the same way that I did the cylinder for the water wheel. Let's see here. Let me frame select really quick. If I do the same thing I did, just hide you really quick. see here. Is there even a way to do that? I don't think there is. I could do a Boolean and I could cut it. It'll mess up the topology, but since this is a static object, it won't really matter too much. So what if I did 3D cursor to selected like this, and then I added a cylinder, and I made this one really small as well. And then I could do a Boolean on this guy to cut out this other guy. So now, when I hide this guy, you're just like that. But as soon as I apply this, okay, that actually doesn't look too bad. I just won't apply it until I'm ready to. There you go. So I think the issue is as soon as I move this, I have to always move both. I think I'm just going to apply it. It doesn't seem to have messed up the topology too much. Obviously, these aren't quads. These don't have 4 vertices. But I maybe could just turn these into triangles. And then there's a way to turn tries to quads. There you go. That is kind of the most janky way to do that, but it definitely worked. So I'm just going to do that. And then make sure there's no delete. Yeah, okay. So now this is like its own freestanding object. So now we have a ring there. Oh, that's great. That's actually pretty good. I'm wondering if I should have made the ring a little bit more, this inner circle a little bit smaller. But I'll start there and I'll iterate as I go along. Ads, we've got ads. I'll keep on working through the ads. Pretty slow-paced stuff. Alrighty. Now, let's add a joystick. Let's just keep on going. More cylinder. More cylinder. Obviously, this was also going to be really small. And then that's a little bit too tall. Something like that. If I kind of bring this back to reality. Oh, can I not? Oh, this is a modifier. I was going to try and apply a material. Rather than that, let's just give it the same material as the other one. So that's too thick. Or something like that. It's a little bit. Let me look at this from far away. Okay. Okay, so this needs to be shorter. And I'm gonna set origin 3D cursor for here as well. Yeah, alrighty then. Let me see here, and then I'm just gonna add a sphere. One of these guys. Should probably take a look really quick to make sure that I can line that guy up. I don't know why I'm such a fan of rounding these up to like whole numbers. I don't know if that makes a huge difference, but yeah, that looks pretty good. If I make this red, it'll kind of blend in with that. So maybe I should make that a different color. I made it yellow. And this I'm going to shade smooth. So that's like kind of a joystick assembly. I don't think yellow is the right color for that. I think red is the right color for that. As in just the same red as this. I think also, since a joystick is like plastic with a coat, I should make this really shiny. So it's roughness. Oh, it's roughness here. Oh, that's changing it for the whole material. So I have to make this into a new material. So let's go here. Let's just make this really smooth. Really reflective. So that looks better. This also should be probably pretty smooth as well. I don't know if it should be as smooth as like, perfectly smooth. But pretty darn smooth. That also helps it, even though those are almost the same color, that helps the red stand out from the rest of the console. So yeah, there's a joystick one. I still think that this might need to be this scaled a little bit differently. Something like that. You know, that seems pretty darn good. Alrighty. Now the thing is, I probably shouldn't have filled in that or cut out this hole for the joystick. First of all, because I'm not going to need to actually animate this to where it moves. Second of all, because now it really does just, now I have to fill this in with what would be the cavity that the joystick lives in, which would just be another small cylinder. I could just duplicate this, scale it sort of along this axis. Something like that, like a sort of concentric rings sort of thing. But this is going to get messy pretty quickly. A real joystick would have either the joystick itself would have a dome that kind of helps fill in that gap, or there would be a sort of like rubber kind of membrane over the top, which you would see ridges going over it. So I don't know if I have the capacity nor the capability to make those ridges. I might just make a dome here. So actually, instead of that, let's see here. Let's add a sphere. Oops, that's the wrong kind of sphere. And let's kind of size this to, oops. I don't know, just like kind of something like that. And then shade smooth there. So that kind of fills in the gap there. That kind of takes care of all of that. Now this looks like comically large. Also for the sphere, at the very least, we don't need the bottom half. So let's just cut down on that as well. Let's see, where is... I should also start naming these so that I'm just not totally lost. So let's get rid of these vertices. Oops, forgot to make sure I'm selecting the ones behind. Like these vertices, is there a way to fill these that isn't going to be bad? So if I select this now, all of these should be selected. If I fill it, that's not good topology. But if I triangulate, that's also not good. I wonder if there's a way to put a point just right in the middle here. Or do I just need to do this by hand? I'm gonna get rid of the joystick stem really quick. it might be better. Literally, this is a detail that no one's should be caring about. If I look at this from the bottom here, grab the opposite ends here and fill it with a line, then subdivide it. There should be a point right in the middle now. And now everything here can be filled and triangulated. Yeah, and now there's a bunch of extra, but I can merge those by distance now. Right? Is that all tied to the same one vertice? Yeah, that's like the best way to do that, it seems like. So now those are all triangles. I wonder what would happen if I tried to turn that into quads. If I did this, was it Alt-J? Tries to quads? Yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. Okay. Well, that's one way to handle that. Now let me name these because these all have terrible names. So that's printer console. This whole project is called the printer console. So let me call this chassis. Is that how you spell chassis? And then this one is going to be joystick rim. What are you? Joystick stem. Joystick cap. And joystick dome. Gotta organize your projects, or else you're gonna lose before you even start the game. With this joystick dome being so prevalent, I kind of want to raise the stem and the cap. So stem and cap, if I make you a bit taller, maybe not. Maybe because maybe it'd be better if actually the joystick pieces were more recessed, other than the rim. That gives you a much better kind of impression of like a joystick. Because when you're playing like on an Xbox, the dome part actually isn't fully halfway out like that. So I'm wondering if I should be moving these parts in edit mode or not. Like, then that shows more of the stem. Then kind of close it off right here like this. That looks way better. Now all of these need to be sort of tilted to fit onto the actual tilted surface of this chassis. So should I add these to a collection? New collection. I'm just gonna call this left, or probably name it joystick.l. Put all these suckers in there. Can I transform this based off of the collection? No. So I have to select all these, rotate it, not amongst the origin. Hello? Oh, that's interesting. I want to individual origins. Oh, this is weird. This is very strange. I should probably set the origins of these to the 3D cursor. Yeah, something like that. 15 degrees. It's not actually, this thing isn't actually 15 degrees. But I would like it if it actually just stayed 15 degrees. So maybe I should just kind of raise it up to where it fits better. So do that. Grab these guys. And now they just kind of fit. So there we go. Joystick left needs a... Can I duplicate a collection? Yes, I can. Joystick right. Oh, do all these need to be named appropriately left and right? All right, let's just do this. And all these just need to be moved over. So that's actually symmetrical. Seems like something that could exist in our world. This back panel is going to have some sort of display or screen with some numbers floating around on them. Maybe it'll be holographic. Our art references do have a bit of hologram style things, but I don't know if we have a system to kind of make that effect. So that's something that we'll have to focus on at some later point. Right now, at least, it could be a static screen. Or I'll put a black screen on there and I'll overlay some 3D text onto it in case we actually do want to change it. So that might be something that we get to do. So let me look at... We're going to add a couple buttons. I mean, honestly, this is going to be just like a giant mimic of the controller, like a gamepad. Just like kind of like life-sized, like arcade cabinet sized. So it's not going to be actually arcade cabinet buttons. I think I'm going to make round buttons. You know, like the kind of Xbox controller, but like the bright, colorful, kind of like they look like gumdrops, like quite literally gumdrop buttons. So let's do that. Let's save this as it is. I guess I could export this right now to check how in scale this looks with the game. 2 meters sounds big, but it's also a large object. It's like basically a piece of furniture. A very easy thing that I could add, though, at the very least, is the screens. And there's two ways that I could see this happening. Is I could add a material and cut out rectangles out of this object and have it be a multi-material mesh, which Godot supports when I export it. Or I could just add planes that sit on top of it. I think that'll give me more versatility because then I'll be able to resize them if I don't like its size. So let me add some plane meshes here. And then I'm also gonna get a kind of feel on the rotation of this. The thing about 3D modeling is you don't have to be super precise, unlike CAD modeling. So I have the affordance of not really having to care about how nice everything lines up. Just has to be enough to where nothing stands out of place dramatically. So maybe there should be two screens. Two screens or one big screen? Or one screen in the middle? Also, this is not centered. Oops, no. Let's just center that up. And then if I just, for sketching's sake, just give it this. That's a screen, right? I wonder if it should, at some point, it probably should have like more gizmos and dials and look like a more, lean a little bit more into the punk aesthetic, the steampunk, although it's solar punk. Like that's technically a thing with the screen. And then there's obviously going to be more detailing put into the bodywork of the console. This is also another thing where I want round corners. Can I bevel these corners? Can I bevel corners on a plane? That's something worth Googling or looking up. Let me take a look here. Let me go to my browser and Blender uh, bevel corners of plane. Let's see if that's possible. Round corners of a plane. Use the bevel tool. Yeah, but that's not necessarily what I'm doing. I probably should use bevel modifiers for more control, like that little summary response said. No need to subdivide the whole plane. Let's give it a try. Let's try Control Shift B. Control Shift B. Oh, there you go. The thing is, it's doing that. Oh, the scale's not applied. Ah, I know. I learned it from yesterday. I learned something. So let's apply scale, and then when I go here, let's do this to all corners. It has to be Control Shift B for some reason. But yeah, rounded corners on a display. 0.1. It's like our kind of standard beveling. Let's see. Like, how's that look? That looks pretty good. I'm actually way happier with that than I initially thought I was going to be. This is also going to be made out of metal. Oh, that's really metallic. The auto smooth shading here is kind of breaking. I want it to be metal, but I want it to be like painted metal. This makes it seem like this is a red raw metal material. Maybe just the coloring is too vivid or something. Or its roughness needs tweaking. Something like that, yeah. It's kind of similar to the joysticks now, though. it, oh, well. That looks crazy. Yeah, I think this was just high. What's the default for this? Is there a way to reset this to default? Yeah, turn that. Yeah, oh, jeez. That's a little bit too crazy. Just like less of that. What does that stand for? Index of refraction. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting more to the kind of general look that I want of this. That screen is really shiny. I do want it to be shiny, but I don't want it to like be crazy. Maybe it should be. Maybe it needs to be more bulbous, like a CRT display. That'll give a little bit of like a kind of nostalgic retro vibe. Also, this thing is not going to be in this collection. So let's save our work here for now. I don't know, this red might be like, this red might not be the color. It might be better if it was blue. And then the red would stick out better from it. I think purple would be nice. You don't see many products in purple. And I want this world to just kind of, you can just kind of do whatever you want. You can paint things whatever you want. You just have it be whatever color you want. And the idea of it being kind of, I don't know. There's like a mix of all of the devices in the game, having like a sort of homemade feel. So if someone wanted to paint this whole thing purple, they very well could have. I also really like the color purple, but I'm gonna go with a relaxing blue. It also will match the 3D printer as blue a little bit better as well. Makes the red stand out. I think we're getting somewhere. I think we're getting somewhere. Yeah. This is working. This is working. Just one screen in the middle and almost have it be like a 4x3 display. You know? Oops. the cursor to world origin. And everything set origin to cursor. So now again everything is kind of based on the ground. I don't know if it's too early to put in that hack. But yeah, there we go. I think these joysticks can be spread out a little bit more to cover more ground. Because it's here. If I move each of them out one. Then we're kind of encroaching on the buttons that will be on the side. Maybe I shouldn't have put them on the side. If I really wanted to make this like a standard gamepad, then these joysticks would either be offset, like an Xbox controller, or parallel but low, like a PlayStation controller. And I don't want to choose sides. I'm gonna be honest though, our gamepad icons are for X input, so it'll be Xbox controls. So I'm kind of wondering if I should just make basically an X input gamepad here. You know, I'm gonna try and make a symmetrical X input gamepad here. Kind of just strike it in the middle. Especially since this isn't gonna affect gameplay at all. It's just for looks. So if I grab both of these, and move them closer. Move them back to where they were. Oops. Same thing with you. Oops. Wait. Oh, when I do it this way, it only does it one at a time. I just wanted to recenter all of those. Okay, and then 4 buttons and the equivalent of a D-pad. So now it's button adding time. Honestly, just a flattened sphere. I keep on adding the wrong sphere, like an amateur. Let's just use a flattened sphere. Here, squishy down really small. Maybe not even flattened, to be honest. Maybe just kind of clip it into the surface like this. I don't know if this is at all close to best practices for making this type of stuff. I mean, maybe if I was crazy concerned about optimizing the game, I would get rid of all the clipped triangles. But when looking at this, I do an alright job. But this is so little, like, in terms of, like, modern computing hardware, it's so not important right now. Let's just make the game first and then see about making it better over time. So now we need basically the equivalent of the Xbox A, B, X, Y buttons as material colors. So this, but a little bit darker. Also, same thing here where I want it to be. Can I duplicate actually this material of the joystick cap? How do I duplicate this material? Yeah, like that, but green and darker. Too dark. That's too dark. I guess I'm gonna have to see how the lighting works in game. So let me take a look here. Kind of clip this down. And then I'm just gonna duplicate this guy. And maybe these will be able to be lined up. Oops, duplicate and then move that along the y-axis. First of all, these guys are not lined up. Is that better? Ad break soon. If I select these 4 spheres, they're very close to being pretty well aligned. And then I'm going to go here. This one's at a good spot. These 2 need to be moved up a little bit. This last one needs to be moved up a lot. So now we have 4 buttons. This is green. I'll make this one, I'll just use the same red as that one. I'll make this the same blue as the body. Although that's a different, I need that to be the same blue, but the material, the same sort of parameters as the other buttons. So let's duplicate it, make it blue. It's not the exact same blue as the chassis, that'll help it not blend in too much. And you need to be this, but yellow. Someone let me know if I'm doing this all wrong. This is like not how you manage materials in Blender. I guess I could be naming these. That would be a good idea, huh? Button yellow. Oops. Yellow. What else we got? Can I rename all, just like manage these independent of each other? Button green. Button blue. Button red. I mean, these are also going to be called button red from now on, but that's fine. These ones, joystick black. Is that also the same? I guess that's all the same as well. Those are all joystick black. All right, so I mean, you look at this from far away in the scope of the gameplay, and it looks like a thing. It is a little bit low. So if I somehow move these guys up higher, it'd look more natural to me for some reason. Maybe the joysticks also need to move lower. Somewhere like that. Does that look better? Looks like you have nowhere to rest your arms now. Okay, we're getting there. We're starting to get there. Let's grab these spheres. Kind of position them like that. We're kind of getting to a sort of not half bad looking layout here. Right? Yeah. Sounds pretty good. Now, the next thing is a sort of D-pad. I'm wondering if the D-pad should be black, like the stems of the joysticks, or if I should make them some sort of gray. And, I think I'm definitely going to make him a cross-shaped D-pad, not like the newer sort of ones that look like a bowl, or have like the sort of round D-pad edges. It's gonna be more along like kind of classic Nintendo style D-pad. Not exactly Nintendo style. I guess the newer Xbox controllers have a cross-shaped D-pad, if I'm not mistaken. I'm thinking like definitely not like the Xbox 360 D-pads. I just feel like it would be hard to make and it wouldn't be as recognizable. So if I add, oh, what should this be? I guess this should be a cube to start with. A very small cube, very small in height. Maybe like that. Let's just make this a 0.2 cube. And then drag this bad boy up. Rotate on the X 15 degrees. And there's like a good starting point. I wonder if I should save the rotation till the end, so I can work with like a flatter thing. But this looks like a good size for a D-pad. Maybe it'd be better if I started with the center of D-pad and extruded the cross sections over. But let's move this kind of to the general area that it's going to live. I mean, if I just kind of center it along this guy, kind of could go for a symmetrical thing. Like that. We go there. Probably scale this down. Oops. There we go. Now let's edit this. And just make this even. So that's basically a D-pad. Make it thinner. And then just give it the joystick black color. Then bevel the heck out of it, because you can never give me too many bevels, alright? Oh, it always ends up looking so good when I bevel something. Oh, let me apply scale first. Apply scale. And then let's try it again to see if it's whoa. That was too much apparently. So now it's like absolute, but maybe I'll just kind of do this one by feel. There's like 0.02 is like a happy medium. 2. Shade this auto smooth. Oh, that's so shiny. Maybe that's too shiny. Maybe this needs to be a new material that isn't so weird. It looks like it's coated in rubber. Like it looks like it would be sticky if I touched it. I don't like that. But we're basically there. How's that look for a console? That looks pretty darn good. I'll take it. So let me actually label these now. Screen, what's this cube? D-pad. Green button. Blue button. Red button. And yellow button. So now I'm gonna actually make new collections and put these in them. I wish when I had something selected and I clicked new collection, it would put them in the new collection, but it won't. Buttons. Blue, green, red, yellow. I keep on missing the W in yellow. I have no idea why that is. I'm not even a fan of like yellow mellow, so I don't know what's going on there. D-pad? I guess that just I could live in buttons, I guess. So we're kind of, I mean, just a couple minutes of progress. I mean, I guess I wasn't keeping track of how long that took. But I mean, we're starting to get somewhere. I think there's going to be a ton of little details. I think there needs to be this whole chassis, like a lot of the concept art that we have, which I guess I should show at some point, should be like plates of metal that have been riveted together. Again, this is like all this machinery is really refined, but it's also very repurposed. Um, so like constructed out of recycled bits of metal, but not in the same way as like you would see in Fallout, where things are still rusty and dingy, um, as if like someone who put these together actually cared. Like it wasn't purely just function; it's also they kind of treated putting this metal on like a craft. And I guess I could paint a texture over it, to give it like plate lines and rivet lines, and then put a normal map to give it like height. So that might make it feel less bland. And then you could add details like, oh, like plate like some ports or whatever. Places where, like, I mean, I'm not really super concerned about making sure that there are wires running to every object so that you know that it's quote unquote plugged in. Um, but yeah, let me apply the scale here. That did mess up the beveling. I don't know if you guys see the bevel got messed up. I might do this one again because the beveling's wrong. Because I scaled it along the x-axis. So if I scale this back along the x-axis to where it was, maybe I should have it be scaled first. I'm actually going to redo this because I already had done a bunch of other moves. So let's put you here. Rotate you here. This looks like 60. Negative 60. It's negative 62. Okay. Here, and then scale you. That. I'm going to scale just a little bit more. Let's do an actual 4:3 ratio here. 4, 3, or is it supposed to be 4, 3? Yeah, and then scale you evenly. Because it should just maintain the ratio from here on out. So 0.8. Oops. 0.8 by 0.6. So 4:3 ratio screen. Now I could apply scale to that, and now I could rebevel it. There you go. Boom. Bevel's fixed. Let's save our work. Should I just put this in the game like that? That's already a lot more than what we've kind of had previously. I'm going to call this collection like the body of the console, since more or less it contains like all the big parts. Then we got joysticks, then we got buttons, you know, pretty simple stuff. So let's just really quick, just for the sake of making sure I could like all this stuff is scaled properly, let's export this, put this in the game and just see what happens, you know? Go here, models. I'm just going to call this printer console. Let's export it. Let's see what it looks like in Godot. In Godot. So now when I find printer console, just kind of drag that guy in here. It's hitting the invisible hitbox that faces the camera. Let's just put you here for now. That's interesting that the center of the world is here. Oh, is that because I had it imported inside of room? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so if I put you here in room and level, the middle is like the middle of the imported mesh. If I parented you outside of all this stuff, you're just a child of world. When I reset you, should actually be at the center of the world, which is right there. Okay, that makes sense. So now I think scale is fairly appropriate. It's taller than the player, which is kind of concerning. But it also like I could shrink it not only to make it not seem so toweringly huge compared to the player, but also because the player can't actually fit in this space behind here, if we are ever asking them to walk over there. So that is also something to keep in mind. I'm just gonna collapse all of these and just expand the ones that I need to see. So maybe I should just scale this whole thing down. That might be for the best. So let's do that. Let's grab everything, and then it should scale evenly. If I apply location, now when I scale, it should scale everything evenly. So if I just made that, just made it a quarter smaller, and then applied scale to everything. And then I re-exported it just like how I did before. I didn't need to export animations or whatever. There's no animation data, so I don't know. So is this going to report? Yeah, so now that's smaller. And that's much more like kind of to scale in the game world as well. Right? Yeah, that looks great, actually. So I'll just make sure to do that. It carries over that like shininess. Oh man, with like the sun and everything, it's like glossy AF. It's weird that we have a sun. I just added it because I was too lazy to light an entire interior space. Because now the sun is like brighter than any light you would really get in an interior space like this. I guess the real lighting would end up looking like this. But that really shows off its glossiness. But if I go here, things are a little bit more subdued. Honestly, I probably need to add... I just need to light this room a lot better. But we're going to do that after we block out the kind of rest of where the objects are going to go. Alrighty. So I need to use the restroom. Maybe I should wait for an ad break. Can I just force an ad break now for a restroom time? And that's like a good break. So I'm going to this object here. I'm actually going to leave it where it is. I'm not going to work on it too much. I don't want to overwork on one object and then miss out on maybe like other more important things. That was like a good little Blender warm-up on how to get something in the game. And it took a total of... How many minutes is that? Is anybody keeping track of time? That wasn't very long, and it wasn't very arduous of a process. I didn't run into any points of frustration or anything like that. The next thing, this will probably be more of a the next bit will be the 3D printer, and that's going to be a lot more parts. And that is a part where we're going to want the kind of to add the detail into this. And also, we're going to have to keep gameplay as a sort of constant consideration. So that's something that we're going to keep in mind. So that's going to be from the drawing board. Like, straight up, either I'm going to be drawing this on my iPad and screen sharing my iPad, or something like that. So let me figure out if I could roll an ad early so it doesn't interfere too much with our work. Minimize this. Let me see if I can roll an ad. An ad starts in 12 minutes. Let's just run it now. Alrighty, this is going to be a little ad break, and I'm going to use the restroom during this time. Let's see what happens. Is it happening? There you go. Cool, I'll be back. I'm back. I don't know why I wear headphones when streaming. I have this little blanket poncho I need to put on because I'm cold. Um, what is it? I always wear my headphones. There's no audio in the game. I'm not listening to any background music. It is me sitting in a quiet room with quiet headphones that aren't playing any sound right now. I guess if I was to check on the Discord to see if anybody is in the co-working space. I'm not even in the co-working space, so here's my first mistake there. And then secondly, yeah, so I'll keep them on in case I need to talk on Discord with a teammate. But I guess it's right now. It's just for the aesthetics. So there we go. Let me get this back up. So I'm gonna consider this in its current state done. Very basic. I'm not gonna worry too much about this object. It's just gonna stay like that and be cute, and I'll add more detail, especially the chassis. So, like, obviously the buttons and stuff, those are pretty small elements. So when you're looking at it in the game, they're gonna be pretty far away. So it's okay that they're not super detailed. The chassis itself could use more details that kind of just add a little bit more flavor to the object. But it's not really a huge concern right now, as we're still there'll be more and more passes, but I want to kind of apply the same thing to the 3D printer now, rounding off some of the harsher edges and whatnot. You know, trying to make this is probably our biggest piece of world building, especially since it's so focused um, on the type of game it is, and it's something that the player is going to develop a lot of time with. So that's kind of where we're at with this. Um, so I'm going to try a new thing here. So bear with me. This isn't going to take as long as the storage server, I promise. Um, this isn't going to take as long as the storage server, but I do want to make sure that this works. So let me add a new tab here. And then that's why this is charging. I'm going to kind of like just cast my iPad and get that on screen, so that y'all can see that. So I just gotta clear up space on this desk for the iPad. That way y'all know, well, that way I could draw. I'm not at all a good artist, so I guess let this serve as a lesson. As like you don't have to be a super good artist to make video game art. I think you just have to make the art that you want to see in the game. You just gotta figure it out. So the only thing with like casting the iPad. So here it is. Let me get this on the. Is this in games? It's all this stuff in the game stuff. Yeah, let's put this all in this workspace. I think with the iPad, I'll just load up Procreate. On like a blank canvas? Yeah, let's go here. Let's do a blank canvas here. Oh, that is bright. Okay, you guys are going to see this bright white screen. Warning, your screen's going to look like how my face looks like right now. It's going to be just blasting light. Maybe I should just drag a black canvas over. So this is pretty cool, is that someone made an open source like application that lets you share your iPad. It kind of spoofs like AirPlay. So it's just a cast. So you don't see the what's it called? Oh, for some reason my iPad's not like Apple Pencil? Hello? Whoa. No, no, no. I don't want to blind everybody. Go back to being... Maybe I should make the background color actually black. There you go. For some reason my Apple Pencil's throwing a fit. Hold on. Is Bluetooth turned off right now? Where's my Apple Pencil? Apple Pencil. Yeah, there's an Apple Pencil here. My Apple Pencil is dead! Oh no! Am I gonna have to draw with my fingers for now? Is that even possible on Procreate? Preferences. Cursor settings. Maybe if I go into... Alright, I didn't think that would happen. I don't know why it didn't charge. My iPad was charging this whole time. And my Apple Pencil is just dead. I don't know if that popped up on screen. But I guess maybe I should just do something else until then. Well, I'll block it out in Blender, and then we'll go back to drawing in the iPad. So let's go to a new object, and then lights and cameras can go away. This is going to start with a cube. Man, now I'm like thinking of, I have to make whatever's in my head just straight into 3D rather than kind of sketch out a 2D version, which is definitely not how my brain works. But we could start with the basic parts of a 3D printer. Originally, the printer was going to be a bed slinger, and then you upgrade over to Core XY. But I think for design considerations, we have moved over to Core XY from the get-go. So this thing's going to be huge. I think the print bed we have is like 20 by 20. It's like a really large scale. I think we'll scale it down in the overworld. But for consistency's sake, I think I have it 20 by 20 in the mini game. It makes the physics calculations just a little bit easier. You don't have to worry with like so many zeros. Than making things for scale, actually making things on centimeter scale. So the print bed, is it 20 by 20 by 1? That's really thick. Should it really be that thick? 0.5. Make it thinner. Let's make it thicker. No, let's go back and make it thicker. And then apply scale. Because I want to round off these edges. I want it to not have, like, razor sharp edges. Anything that's jagged or jutting out will just not look as inviting or cute. So if I go here, I bevel this. But I don't want to bevel it like this. I want to first bevel the, maybe I should first bevel all of the edges on the top and bottom. So these edges, I want to bevel. Maybe? Yes, no? Or should I bevel the... Because I do want to have a slight bevel on those, on the sort of top and bottom edges, but the side edges, I want to have like a more extreme bevel. 0.1, no, like 1 meter bevel. So that, and now when I grab these faces or these edges here and I bevel them, I could kind of set a more gradual bevel. So not a 1 meter bevel, because that'll... This technically cuts into the play area as well. Yeah, something like that. Same thing for you. You know, now everything's just rounded out. Shade auto smooth or shade smooth? The great debate. Something like that. And then let's just give it a material for now. I think it's going to be blue. I'm going to call this print bed blue. Let's see a material preview. I don't know if it's going to be a glass print bed, of which it would be very shiny. Be very reflective, I mean. Like, this is basically turning it into a mirror, isn't it? Wow, that's like, it's so uncanny for me. Now that's like plastic. If I make it a fully rough, it's like, I don't know, felt, something very not reflective. Um, Something like that. That's like, doesn't have any refracted light. 1.4, how's that look? 2. I guess this could just keep on going up and you could just get more and more, I guess what would be the term, reflective, refractive, specular reflection and transmission. It's usually between 1 and 4. 1.5 is a good approximation for glass. So if this was a glass print bed, it'd kind of look like this. If it had a glass surface, but wasn't transparent like glass is. So that's something to keep in mind. I guess we could make this slightly transparent and then it'll be more glass-like, but I think we have to enable transparency. Oh, wait. There's the alpha value here. Whoa. It's going to take a while to compile the transparent glass thing, I guess. It says increasing preferences, system max shader compilation subprocesses may improve. Am I in the Eevee render? Yeah. That was kind of scary. I thought it was going to crash on me again. So, yeah, you get this, like, weird boiling effect when you try and make things transparent this way. And now it's not like it's see-through. It's like ghostly. I mean, this is how we do our goal meshes, so. But maybe that's not the right way to do that. For now, I'm going to keep it solid. I wonder if I should go for a more neutral color in case the player's trying to gauge what color they're of the object they're making. And this is like blue and it's just super bright. Maybe it needs to be more of like a gray. More of like a sky blue. I don't purple, red, that's way too strong. Yellow? It would need to contrast with the colors of the filament, especially against red, where that's where we're telling the player that the filament isn't the right in the right place. So, while also trying to make sure that, you know, the color isn't throwing anybody off from a color blindness perspective. I think what'll help is also putting a grid over it. So I'll also try and do something like that. Maybe it should just be black. Or like some sort of gray. Like a slick black? I feel like that's too, like, edgy. Oh, where's that base color? Gray seems so bland, but maybe it needs to have other colors to pop. It also looks like super... it looks like a lunch tray. Looks like aluminum, and that's not what I'm going for here. Maybe it should be bright, like white. Yeah. White, and then we could add some sort of noise texture to give it like a little bit of a textured surface. Rather than being a glass bed, it'd be more like a PEI sheet of some sort. This just seems so default, but maybe that's for the better. This is more like this is like the canvas of the game. So maybe it should really just be white. And then maybe we'll give the player the opportunity to customize it to whatever color they actually want. So, you know, maybe we've kind of arrived at our own conclusion here. Is it going to be super bright? This plane, the 6 so flat, but maybe in the world it'll be fine. Suspicious of whether this is the right color for this. Just keep it bright. We'll make it very shiny and very clean. I just feel like when something is very shiny, clean, and white, it's like you're thinking of like a sci-fi aesthetic, and we're not really going for sci-fi. Like, I want the world to have for it to pop. But I don't know what's the color of the print bed of my real printer. It's like a gold yellow tinge. I don't know. I don't know. Let's go with this for now for the sake of time. So let's call this one. I'm gonna name it what it's named in the game, the FFBS 2000. It'll just be easier to manage that way. Okay. Next up, so that's the print bed. It's gonna lie on again on a chassis. And luckily the chassis and the bed, they don't need to move anymore in relation to each other, because the extruder will move in the X and Y direction, and is also in the Z direction. So this is going to be interesting. First of all, before anything, I do want to create the grid, and I'm kind of wondering how that should be done. It could be a holographic grid. So maybe I should just have a bunch of tubes running, like quite literally just bound to this grid. So if I just added a cylinder, also I should name this print bed. This is gonna be a lot of cylinders. Maybe the grid will be a little bit small. Points 1, then 20. It's gonna be tall. So those lines are really skinny. Really won't be able to see those. And let's give this a really bright blue material. I think we have like a bright cyan as basically the kind of unifying color of anything that's holographic or technological. And this one is going to be transparent. It should also be slightly emissive, if anything. So maybe it needs to be transmissive like this. So that's bright. Oops. Just take a look at that as that is. It's slightly... No idea if this is even going to show up in game, if you could do emissives in game. It also doesn't need to cast shadows. So I wonder if there's a way to change that. Also just needs to be a little bit darker. Or, huh. I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell with this white surface that's also very shiny. Maybe I should just make this black right now just to see. And make it very rough. I don't know if the emissiveness in the principled BDSF would be the same as actually an emissive shader. Because it's a hologram, it's going to be like quite literally a beam of light, right? So like, is that going to cast the light onto this other object? Let's make this really bright really quick just to check. And then, so is emissive something that only works in cycles? Yeah. I don't think that would be something that shows up in game. Let's do some Googling really quick, just double check this. Blender EV mission not working. I mean, emissive materials may not work when occluded by other objects. Emissive materials do not illuminate other objects directly. They only affect the surrounding environment if a light probe is used. If an object with emissive material is occluded by another object, the emissive light will not pass through and illuminate objects behind it. Yeah. It does not support real-time mesh lighting. However, you could bake mesh lighting, which we're not going to do. So I'm just going to kind of work on the lighting. The lighting of those things will be an in-game thing, I'm guessing. So I'm going to undo this emission. This is just going to be a principal BDSF shader. We're just going to make you cyan for now. Then the roughness. Also bring this guy back from the dead. That's really interesting. I don't know why the oh, here we go. I was like, I don't know why these colors look all off still. I guess I should just make an array of these guys. And maybe add a little bit of margin. So instead of these being 20, the 18, or maybe I should make the bed bigger. The bed should probably be like 22 by 22. And we'll just wall off so that the extruder can't reach the actual extents, because what's going to happen is they're going to like reach this curved area, and whatever they're extruding will kind of just fall off. I mean, technically, we're not going to use a collision box that corresponds to this 1-to-1. It'll probably actually just be a box collider that approximates this. So we know we'd have like a perfectly flat surface and stuff for the player. So that's not a big deal. And you're just going to live right there like that. So how many grid lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's technically going to be 10 on this side, 21. No, I'll make those lines more sparing. We'll start here. Like that. Yeah. Let's add an array modifier to this, so I don't have to just copy and paste those forever. Vector y will be 2 meters. -2 meters. Wait, it should be a constant offset, that's why. Did I not apply scale? Is that why this isn't working properly? That's probably going to be the thing that gets me all the time, isn't it? Yeah, that's definitely it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Doesn't seem right. Should do that like that. This is interesting because there's not going to be a grid. The grid's not going to be like centered per se. So that's very interesting to think about. It's going to look like this. That is a grid. It is a grid of like holographic tubes. If I look at this from the top, I'm going to kind of label these along like coordinates. Horizontal grid, vertical grid, mainly because of the direction the lines are running in. And then a new collection call this grid. These guys in the grid. Then these grid fellas, they're gonna be these just a little bit lower. So now it lies on the surface of the printer. Wondering if I should manipulate the grid so that the center kind of acts as like an actual origin point. Let's look at these. Maybe if I made them 1.5s. Oh, well, negative 1.5. Then we would get something that lies in the middle. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. All of these just end up being like kind of weird values. What I could do is I could offset these by 1 meter, and then we'll have a center. I guess I should be thinking of this as more from the origin, not necessarily from the edge. So I should be counting from the origin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Then that would make sense. It'd be 0 and then plus 5, 0, plus 5. Should I make the grid smaller? Give you more granularity? I think it's fine like this. Yeah, I think that's much better in that sort of orientation. There we go. I think that is the final form of this grid. If you zoom in on the corners, you can see the ends of the tubes. But that's not super important to me right now. Let's save this. I'm not sold on the color of the bed. I think I need to make it black. It clashes so hard with the blue here, but if I make it black, just a little bit lighter, then you get a much better interpretation of what this is supposed to look like. So let's just settle on that, and let's leave it alone right there, and not worry about the colors of the print bed anymore. Let me see my Apple Pencil's battery life now. If I put this back on. Oh, it's already done charging. Okay, so I'm going to draw this out to what we've had already. Let's give this not a fully black background, because that's going to make it really hard to see everything else. So let me clear this layer. Sorry for blinding everybody. I don't know, what? We should make this pleasant. I don't know, I'll make this like a purple. A dark purple. I don't know how that's going to look on stream. So now we need a black square. Oh, this background's too dark. That's the issue. I need to like hit some sort of middle ground. Blinding everybody. Should I just make it white? I think this is fine. Okay. Also, my iPad's brightness is all the way down, so I can't really tell what color that is. Oopsies. What the heck? Clear this layer. Sorry for blinding everybody again. So to sketch this, we have the print bed here. And this is going to be a really ugly fast sketch because I just want to illustrate what the thing might look like without really worrying about super fine details, other than like shape and form. So like, again, this print bed, it's important that the corners are rounded, right? So let's round out these corners like that. Okay. Something like that. I could erase the sharp cornered edges. Right there. Right there. Right there. And right here for now. Did I do all 4 corners? Seems like there's a straight line here. I'm going to get rid of you. Cool. Let's go back to the original orientation of the picture. This is going to be black, right? We know that, so I'm just going to color that in really crudely. Right? And there's the blue grid line marks as well. Let me just do that in a new layer, so if I mess up, I could just erase it. And I'm not going to be super precise with these grid lines. Has a grid on it. We know what a grid looks like. Okay, so that's all the stuff we've done so far. Now we have to think about what's going to go below it and what's going to go above it. I'm also probably going to shrink this down as well, so that we have more vertical space to work with here. So the thing below it is the sort of chassis of the printer, which could just be a box. That could very well be a part of it. The way that we have it now from our artist is a box, and it's actually on rollers. Because originally we had a bed slinger, so it was on these spherical kind of uniball rollers. And we're gonna have to change that, but I think I want to repurpose that into the extruder somehow. Because right now, the way the extruder works, let me just start with that, since that's sort of what's going to be the newest part of the design process, is so we have the extruder, and it's just a giant cone for the most part. So it's yellow because it's like a brass nozzle extruder. So let's go to like a brassy yellow color here. And I'm just going to draw like the one that's in the game. So circle here, like a cylinder at the top. Then it kind of narrows down to a cone like that, right? Then you don't see inside of it. And if I go back to the pencil, I could kind of color this in, right? If I shaded it, I would care more about this, but that's fine when it looks like that. Right now, that same sort of holographic line, it's kind of traveling along a light rail. It kind of just goes through it like this, right? Not really worried about the game being super realistic. We basically call this blue magic anytime the technology is so advanced that there's not really a way for us to properly explain it. But we want it to be not actual magic. Like there's no sort of explanation. We kind of just want to imply that there's some sort of technology behind this. So I guess like the first step is how this attaches to the extruder as a sort of hovering line, as opposed to how it's extracted to the other moving parts. So I'm wondering, so we have the extruder and the these lines. Also, this is going to be like way out of shape of the scale, so this guy needs to be scaled down a lot. So let's scale this guy down. Probably should color it solid so that it shows better. But I'm not too worried about that right now. I'll just kind of do it in a like sort of lazy way. Oops. Oopsies. I'm going to do it an even lazier way because I'm too lazy to undo that. So this is going to look like that. Going to be even lazier. Just going to re-add this outline so that the silhouette isn't gone. Like a light sort of thing there. So there's this brass nozzle. It's absolutely humongous because the 3D printer is huge. And it's floating. It's attached to this light rail. But I guess the real question is like, how is it attached to the light rail? Is the real question. And if it's just like traveling it through it and it just stabs through it like this, it looks really unfinished. It looks like it's clipping. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to turn this top section here into like if I could draw that in a better color for you to see, this top section here into a sort of kind of a reservoir that holds maybe the 3D printing filament or something like that. And then the bottom of the nozzle will be the nozzle. And that should house whatever is attaching the that light rail. An example of this I could see is in the Portal universe. You have those movable platforms and things like that, and those are traveling on a beam of light. Another thing with like a light rail is like the light bridges in Portal 2 specifically. So let's re-engineer the nozzle, and that's also going to show in the 3D printing minigame as well. So let's do a new nozzle here, and let's think about what the... Oh, this is perfect. So if you haven't seen the game, we have basically spools of filament that's expressed through like a spool of corn, right? So it's actually like two cylinders or two circles, and then there's the spool, and then on the outside of it is little bits of corn. So if I were to make this a color that you could actually see, like basically corn dotting around. It looks better in game, I promise. I'm just like sketching it out. That could be the top housing. It could be holding a spool of corn, and then we could just make that rotate as it extrudes. So that would add some little fun and whimsy to the world. So we could have that sort of be the top cylinder, and then we could integrate that into the extruder. So that could be an interesting way to do that. And then what would also be... So that kind of gives a little bit more world, that rather than just a floating extruder that like just magic stuff happens to it. And it'll give the player something else to look at other than just like these blank shapes. So let's draw that in more detail now. I'm going to sketch it just kind of in black, so I don't have to worry about color choice off to the side. So we're going to have that same sort of general shape here. Maybe if I make this really large, because when I airplay this, you guys don't actually see things when I zoom in and things like that. So let me make this very large for you guys. Maybe that's too large because I need some margin here. Let's go back to drawing. Right, this general shape is going to stay the same. Got to use an appropriately sized brush here. This general shape will stay the same, but now there's actual distinct sections here. There's the spool, which is going to live in here, and we already have the 3D asset for that, so that's less for me to model. The spool lives in here, right? With the corn, I don't know how I'm not gonna draw each of these bits of corn very well. This is more just me blocking out so I could see it, what it's going to look like. There's the corn. And that could like rotate on like a little platform that's something that the player doesn't necessarily see. What's next? Well, the part where it attaches to the light rail now. The light rail can't go through the corn spool. We'll need to attach it to the top somehow then. So, and that might help so that this light rail doesn't interfere with the player's field of view. To have it kind of here on top. I could just attach what would basically be the equivalent of a hook. So basically just like a sort of a rectangular thing. A rectangular thing that kind of goes over like that. And then obviously this is going to be opaque. They'll just be like kind of whole. I don't know what color that'll be. But that seems to add a lot more. There's already a lot more something happening here, you know what I mean? I just got a gazillion Discord messages at once. I don't know what happened to my notifications there. I don't know if you guys heard that. That went crazy. So now we're already in a sort of different place. It's probably not going to be black. Although things that that blue, that bright blue, seeing if it shows up on the capture properly, it just looks really good against black. But maybe if this was another color, I mean, I could just start throwing colors in here and just seeing. So if I made this red to contrast with the blue, hold on. Yeah, I want red. I made it red. And obviously if it looked better than this with some shading, would it be a better color choice? And then let me actually paint back in the outline of this so we could see it more than it just being a silhouette. This almost looks like a mailbox. You know? It's got a little bottom line to it. That blue kind of needs to come back through here. With a tiny bit of outline around it. You know, like now with this being yellow down here, what's that going to be like? You know, a dark sort of bronzier. Oops, it's not filled in perfectly. So if I did this, the corn is going to be yellow, but in the full game, you could grow other materials. That actually doesn't look half bad. I would have to test it for different kinds of color blindness and whatnot. But yeah, that's interesting. We're in a place where this is more interesting than it was before. And we could borrow the same sort of design language for the other parts of the other parts of the machine. Maybe things that interact with this light rail are also red on the sort of side posts that'll handle the vertical movement. Know what I'm saying? So I wonder if yellow is the right choice for this part anymore. Like, what does this look like if this is actually black instead? This isn't like a perfect way to do this, of course. So if that's black, it might be tough to see on a black print bed. You know, so let's get this back in context. Yeah, so that's black on black, and that won't work. Time to pick some other colors. Blue? blue against red. Um, orange. Orange against red. I think the orange and the bronze, maybe it should be orange. The corn kind of provides yellow, and it's kind of nice that it's see-through in this window here. I like this. Um, it clashes with the black a little bit, though. But maybe that helps. Maybe the contrast will just help. Also, the fact that I just like color graded everything green here is kind of funny. I guess green would also work for some sort of light rail. But let me get this here. Oh, I want to change the fill value. Oh, no, no, no. Stop that. Undo. My undo stopped. So I shifted the colors over a little bit, but I think the orange... Why are you still color dropping? No, stop that. The orange, whatever red I had, this red, along with the yellow. If you're colorblind, though, this is going to be tough. I mean, luckily, it's not a consequence in gameplay, but it's just you lose out on seeing the differences in those. And then with the blue light, obviously. It's a lot of... That palette just doesn't seem good when it's in isolation like that. There's technically also going to be the spool, which is brown, which is like basically just a brand of dark orange. So this palette here, it's like it's like a really bright fall, like almost like a Halloween palette. I wonder if everything needs to be just a little bit more neutral. There needs to be the presence of some sort of wood texture. I mean, the spool is like kind of like a wood texture, this brown right here. But like maybe that shows off a little bit darker in game. Something more like a darker brown right there. Maybe. I do like the shape, and I do like the attachment at the top here. That's kind of giving it a little bit more character. I wonder if this whole space right here needs some more work. That needs to be a sort of dome shape. If it could better integrate with this sort of skyhook type thing. Because it looks like a gondola, and that could be really cute, but also really weird. It also kind of implies that this thing could swing, which is not going to happen. So that's something to consider. Maybe there should be 2 light rails to give it more a better sense of stability. So if there's 2 of these guys running in parallel, either horizontally or vertically, we would have a better sort of interpretation of things. And they could be really thin. Those beams of light could be really thin. It's better that they're thin because then it won't block the player's view. Let's try something like this. And then we'll play around with the colors in 3D. But I'm going to try some sort of shape similar to this. So I don't know. I guess I could just screenshot this really quick. Screenshot. I'm just gonna send this to the art channel and see what my artists think. This is gonna be just totally unhinged. Hold on. Rethinking extruder look with spool inside. So also we're changing the printer to be a core XY instead of a bed slinger. I guess we're not entirely sure. We might change the printer to be a Core XY instead of a bed slinger if we have the time. So there's that. So now let's put this in 3D now. Let's get Blender back in here. I wonder if I should just have this run in a tiny window so I could just see it. Right now you're not running in a floating window, okay. Just like kind of have this always on top as reference art. Is that gonna fight with Blender as soon as I click on Blender? Oh, cool, I can just have that always be on top. That is crazy. Okay, so now I gotta kind of remake that shape. Let's start with a cylinder. Let's start with a cylinder here. Actually, that's like a pretty darn good scale. I think that's why I scaled everything around the extruder head. So let's now think about any other basic shapes that we need to add onto this and join onto it. Let's start on the profile of the extruder head again. Let's just edit this, add an edge loop along the halfway mark, grab these. I'm also going to, oh, where did my collection window go? Where did my little item, the inspector's gone. Everything went away. Is that because it was accidentally butted up against another window? Oh shoot, how do I bring that stuff back? Window, view. Let me just change workspaces and change it back. Oh, okay. I have to recreate those here. Let me get you out of here. Get you back here. One of these has to be the outliner. Then one of yours has to be the inspector, the properties. All right, I rebuilt it. This was gone for a second. All right, back to work. Oops. Let's grab all of these. Okay, so that's basically how I made the placeholder version. But now this whole top section here needs to be not solid. So there's a couple ways I could see doing this. Here's probably the easiest way. Let's bring these down so it acts as like a platform. I probably need to delete this top face because what's actually going to happen here. Do I need to delete this top face? Yeah, because it's also the topology isn't good like that. I'm going to do the same trick I did to fill up that last cylinder, which is fill, subdivide, and then grab all of these. Oops. Grab all of these, and then fill and triangulate. And then if there's any extra vertices, no. So the spool's going to sit on top of this section, and it doesn't really matter if there's nowhere for the actual horn to go or whatever. What I'm going to do, though, is can I make a... How do I make a loop cut? So Alt-click. Oops, no, that's how you highlight a loop cut. So I need to grab these guys, yeah. Kind of like that, but more like this. Now it's fighting with the other stuff. Is there a way just to cut a circle? I thought Control R would do that, but it won't do it inside of a circle. So here's the better solution. Let's get rid of this guy that we just made. Grab all these guys, extrude, and yeah, put this inwards like that. And I'm more or less just going to eye this out. We're going to pretend this is a lazy Susan up here. So E up, E scale. So now that's the platform that the spool will live on. Then E, make a sort of rim for it to go on. E, make a part that we're going to extrude out. And make this basically the same size as the Lazy Susan. Or the top. Maybe it should be the same size as the top here. So now we have that transparent top. And now we have to make the sort of sky hook where the light rail is going to be. So this looks pretty darn decent. Shading it auto smooth. If I shade it smooth, this will look weird, right? Fully smooth? Yeah, it makes those like auto smooth. That looks less weird. Let's give this that sort of preliminary material color. A new material. This is going to be somewhat metallic. Nothing in the game is actually going to try and look like realistically metallic. This is going to be much more orangey. Like a much richer yellow, almost orange. I think in the placeholder I have it like all the way metallic, but it's only going to be a quarter metallic. It's almost like it's a cerakoted, like cerakoted aluminum. And then a little bit shinier, a little bit less rough. It's like a fake shiny. It almost looks like a math textbook. I'm going to commit to something like that. Kind of matches the sort of intent of the look of the game anyways. So back here, what I'm going to do now is kind of want to fill that hole at the top. I don't know if that's going to make things too awkward or weird. I think I'm going to fill that hole at the top here. Yeah. Then subdivide this. Grab all of these guys. Fill and triangulate. It feels like that shouldn't work as well as it does, but it does work. It feels like this where this lines up in the middle, that shouldn't have worked, but it does. So, I don't know, there's my hack on how to fill in circles, I guess, with triangles. Now, it's, I wonder what the best way to do this is. Actually, I think I know. I'm gonna add another cube here. You're gonna live on top here. Something like that. Your coordinates are weird. Okay, and you need to be shrunk down a lot. Oh, this is weird now that... Okay. I probably should have added it as a new object and merged in later. Oh, the y-axis. Something like that. On the z-axis, another kind of bit like that. And let's get this back to be making contact with the top. Problem is, these aren't like joined together, huh? So that's going to break the topology a little bit. It's not super necessary. Again, I'm just being kind of nitpicky about it. But maybe I should try and just make this right. So maybe I ought to do some cuts here. Like if I delete this and these, it's not going to break anything. Let's delete that face and then, yeah, I'm gonna refine that later. Let's not worry about the nitty-gritty details. But I think the best way to make that sort of rounded top that's in the reference is to just bevel it. A good old bevel. Just a lot more segments maybe. Is that right? Does that look right? That's kind of where we're at, and I kind of wanted to make this a different color. So maybe I should have made those different parts. Because now getting this to be different colors is kind of going to be a pain in the butt. I'm surprised I didn't need to apply scale to make that bevel work the way that I wanted it to. Let me just actually double check that. Let's go back here. Apply scale. Okay, better safe than sorry, right? Alrighty. And then let's... Alright. I mean, that's basically where we're at. Did I still want to make this a different color? Yeah, it probably should be. I forgot how to do new material slot. Assign it. I had this be a red earlier, right? So now surface red? Are we still sold on red? Yellow, gold. It goes well with purple. But it's just, now it's like really clashing with some of this. Maybe since that is black and blue, they should also be black and blue. You know, and then I don't have to worry too much about the light rail and the entry hole for that. I can just boolean a circle through it or whatever. So yeah, I think we're basically there. What we're gonna want to do is add the corn asset in and pair it to that. I wonder if that should be animated in Blender or not. I don't think I'm gonna put something like a window, because I don't want to have to do anything regarding like glass. That'd be kind of weird. This circular pane of glass that goes all the way around it. This might be this color, not sold on the color. But let's just keep it those colors right now for distinctive purposes. Shade auto smooth, please. Yeah. It didn't catch the shading on that side of it. So those are the two main pieces, the corn asset that will be handled in Engine. So now we have the extruder. Let's go back to this guy right here. This is like such a concept-y concept. of this thing. Like I didn't even really draw it with the intention of it fitting the the sort of perspective of what I drew the other part in. So like, can I like move it this way? I don't know if that'll happen. That's good enough, I guess. Um, because it's 2D. At the end of the day, it's not really going to matter all that much. Let's get rid of the little palette, little splotch I did there. So there's the extruder and all of its 2D glory. The next thing is, so this thing moves both along both of these axes, both the like sort of vertical axes as well as the horizontal axes. So the horizontal axis is taken care of by the fact that it's on this like sky rail thing. But it needs to also move up and down as well as like forward and backwards. So we need the whatever the sky hooks are connected to handle the rest of that. So I could delete this old version of the cone. So now I guess I'm going to attach the whatever is working here to the base, right? So we need a base there. So let's make a new layer, and this one's going to be the kind of base platform, and I'm going to make these slightly transparent so it's easier to see. I might even just hide the print bed. So I should probably, I'm just going to merge this one down. So now those are all one layer. I'm just doing layer management, but you can't see it because it's, I wish AirPlay would just let me one-to-one mirror everything on my screen. I think they took that away. I think there was a way to do this to be some sort of like to actually show like the brushes and stuff that I'm using, but it's quite literally just showing you what I'm drawing. It doesn't show what I'm doing. And a lot of what I'm doing in this isn't necessarily just the drawing, you know what I mean? So it's kind of weird. All right, let's check this out. What color should the base be? Let's pick a random color right now. And it's going to be a big rectangular bit as well. Something like that. Oops. Can I move you? Oh shoot, that's the wrong layer. That's why it looks so funky. Also gonna round the corners out on this guy, right? Let's draw you in. Round out these corners. Doesn't have to be pretty. Just has to show what I mean. And I guess maybe this doesn't really have to be just a strict rectangular prism with rounded corners. Because this part is purely decorative and does not have a bearing on gameplay per se. The rest of this stuff, honestly, is not gameplay anymore. It's just like world building or whatever. So I'll probably have to outline this with a black outline just to make this more visually clear. But I'll just get the fill color in. Not too worried about it now. Okay, a black pen that is significantly skinnier. Actually, we're only going to see the top edge of this guy right here, so get this perspective somewhat right. And then since these are rounded corners, I guess you don't really add like a sort of sense of verticality. You don't add lines right here. So you kind of could. Just a little bit of shading, I guess, would be the case. But I'm not worried about that. Wow. Okay, let me bring this back to full opacity. Oh, that was interesting. This can't be brought back to its fullest opacity because I merged it at a sort of half opacity. I'm not worried about it. That's kind of strange, though. Yeah, that will bother me a little bit, but oh well. It's too far gone. It's too far gone. I'm not gonna recolor that. Are the colors just as off on your guys' screen as it's showing on mine? I guess it is. This is a really compressed video stream, apparently. So whenever I'm talking about colors, keep in mind it's not what that's not what I'm seeing. But you know, that's what happens when you're trying to get AirPlay to work on a non-Apple device. I don't know if I'm sold on this just being like a rectangle sandwich. Seems like a wasted opportunity, right? Like, one of the biggest annoyances from early 3D printing that's been solved through more updated versions of 3D printing is bed leveling. So what if the bed actually hovered and that's how it kept level? Like it was levitating, just using like blue light rails, but more like blue like kind of light circles. Something like a gravity lift from like Halo, or the fuddling, like the blue tunnels that you hop in Portal 2. I feel like that's better. And it gives you more expression of shape. It also just prevents you just having a big old chonky block just sitting and dominating a room in your game. You do have the print bed, and that's always going to be a strong shape. But this doesn't need to be like this. And so it shall not be like this. It shall not. So I think there should be 4. Basically circles at the corners. So you can see me drawing that underneath the print bed. That's kind of how we have it from our first 3D rendition. So you could see that when I bring it up in the game. Can I make it you to go away and get you to come back? So actually, when you could see these, there's 4. So I guess we're kind of on the same page. I'm just going to get rid of the rectangular part and see what I can do to kind of reduce that. I mean, there was already kind of reduced. It also clips into the ground. But yeah. This without the black prism of a base. Like, I wonder, there's going to be a lot of detail for something that the player never really sees underneath. They're always going to be staring at this surface. But when they're here, and if they ever do see something at another angle, I guess in the main menu screen, so if I launch up the game, you'll see it in the menu screen. It's like a panning circular shot of what's going on. It's taking a long time to build, probably because it's first time launching this in Godot 4.4. Totally forgot about that. I should probably test this. Let's test this. Oh, this is having trouble with this other window. Let's minimize you for now and get you out of the way. And then can I get this to expand? This is kind of new in Godot. Whoa, because I changed so many things, that material went away. That's always been a problem. That was before Godot 4.4. I wonder if performance is going to suffer like this, because this frame rate looks whack. I mean, this is here. That's cool to see. Oh, the preview sun is gone. That's funny. It's running at a much higher resolution than it usually is. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, manipulating 2D, 3D, showing other things. Camera override. If I launch up Mango Head, what frame rate is this running at really? I think my graphics card is just upset. It's upset that Blender, Godot, and whatever is open at the same time. Because that little benchmarking thing, that's not how it should look. Oh, that's caused it to really freeze up. Okay, let's enable VSync and see if that helps stabilize the GPU. GPU's freaking out, man. It's acting like there's a gazillion polygons in this game or something. Like we're running like an Unreal Engine 5 scene. Okay, well let's try and play test. Not getting the weird crash that meant I had to delete user files. I also have to replace this font. That was one of the big things of testing feedback. Alright. Looks like the game works. I can't really imagine a situation where getting to this part and then getting to a part where it doesn't work makes any sense. So, but I'll just, for thoroughness, I'll just do a little playthrough of this. A little quick speed run. Okay. Let's go over here. I mean, the extruding stuff plays exactly the same. It's more of our own in-house simulation solution. We're not even really actually leveraging the Jolt physics engine. I wonder if there's something wrong because we have the Jolt physics add-on, but it's also now built in and using the default physics. So that requires more testing. I think for now, I think my call will be is if we don't get these little performance hitches up, we will do the demo in Godot 4.3 and just use 4.3 as our more consistent build because this is really stuttery. And the only thing that's really changed is the version of the engine. So also I need to fix this mesh because there's apparently a gap or something here that makes us think that this is wrong. See that? I don't know why that. Well, I do know why, because I just stuck a couple cylinders together, but should still more or less be fine. Okay, let's try this out. Here we go. Look at this bridge. This bridge is so good. Oh no! I done borked it. That's okay. There's a lot of weird nuances to make things look really good in this game. And I'm wondering if that's something where it's like, we just say that there's actually quite a high skill ceiling for this. Or if we just make the game easier through better design choices. It's probably somewhere in the middle here. Let's put this down. I always forget that part. So starting the bridging is always tough. And the fact that this is the extruder just clips into everything is also kind of weird. Alright, this scene transition could pose issues, I guess. I'll probably spread these out, because I think when you harvest these, you could harvest basically all of them at the same time. You can position your character in the right place. Boom, speed run. Oh, speed run. Yeah, and we got to talk about why we even have that harvesting. That was a piece of feedback from testing. It was like, I don't know what the point of that whole section was for. But it just made sense to, to put something that tells the player that there's a lot more game. Maybe, frankly, like the demo will be updated to have a lot more overworld gameplay. We put so much focus in on this 3D printing minigame that there's like a whole rest of the game that needs to be displayed. Let's do that. Let's just do this the fastest way possible. Here, just do this in vase mode. It's just also the fastest way to do this in a real 3D printer as well, so. I mean, the fastest way is for me to get 0 score and just skip this because we don't have a penalty for not doing this right yet. There's no game over. There's not really a fail state yet. We have one in, like, it just isn't applied in game. We just don't have anything that actually gives you a threshold. We have a score, so you'll see the score here. I'll bring this back over here. Are we finished? And it'll give us a score. And let me get this out of the way. So I got over 100% because of the bonus points. But if I got something like 50%, it would not, it wouldn't do anything. So if I do that here, it's like, oh, I messed up so much here. There's so much wrong and out of bounds. Let me turn that in. I wonder if it'll even give me a slow score. 34, 345 out of 1,000, which is 34.5%. So I could just, oh, I did a good enough job. I'm so good at this game. You know, I'm so good at video games. Got 34.5%. So we'll probably put some sort of threshold for passing. And then this needs to have a little fun animation, but I'll just put in player. I mean, okay. In Godot 4.4, this game technically works. That Y was atrocious. That was the saddest Y I've ever drawn in this game. The E wasn't too bad. Player. Louder. The weird accent mark below that. That looks pretty good when it's viewed from the top like that. I think this yes or no or this this thing needs to be made a little bit smaller because the buttons are in the way. Yeah, that I can move the buttons down, I guess. Maybe they should be moved into the text box. It's like a yes/no selection. Thank you for playing Playtest 2. So, yeah, I managed to get in here. Performance is like way below what it should be. I don't know what's going on there. If that's because of this new preview window. If I go here to actual true full screen, first of all, it seems like it's hanging. It didn't respond to that button being hit at all. Hello? Oh, did it? The embedded game size stretches to fit the game workspace. What does that mean, though? It's not played like in the preview window. This could be a very Linux specific issue where it doesn't do that. Yeah. At least I could kind of pause it. Pause gameplay. I could pause the entire scene in case you need to check something. Next frame. Oh, you could do it advance one frame at a time. That'll be interesting. What is this? Toggle selection visibility. Interesting. Whoa. What does this mean? I want to select this 2D node. It's also interesting. So if I close this, does this stop the game from running? I'm done. Closed it. Yeah, okay, it stops the... Yeah. Good old Joe. Oh, it's throwing errors. In this version, what I could do is I could just disable Good old Jolt in this project. Because we don't need it no more. Oh, I think this wasn't added in through the add-ons. This was just dropped into the add-ons folder. So if I just get rid of it from here, let's see how much it breaks. And then I enable it in the project settings. Jolt physics 3D. It'd be physics 3D physics. Oh, they set it to Jolt. There's no 2D version of Jolt, I don't think. And then these are probably not the same parameters that we had. So that probably could be affecting things quite a bit as well. Let's just run it again now that it's not throwing that GD extension error over and over again and see if that improves performance. It might. It very well might. Let's get this to be... It's still weird. It's still acting weird. It's still making my GPU unhappy as well. Let's re-enable VSync, see if that'll change it. I'm not getting the same stability. And I wonder if that's... Well, in this scene, there's like no physics happening anyways. So I'm wondering if that default implementation... I mean, if there's just something wrong with it. That would be kind of strange. This also, it's saying 55 frames per second. But yeah, those 1% lows of 22, it feels like 22 because it's dropping to that almost every other frame, it looks like. So I'm wondering why it's so unstable. It could be a driver's issue. Could be with my NVIDIA drivers. That could very well be the case. This could run better on Wayland or something. So yeah, I don't really know what's going on, and we don't have a lot of graphic settings that would help with something like this. If I turn FSR on and bumped it, we're just getting that weird 1% lows of 22 frames per second like every time. Something going on there. That's got to be a GPU driver thing. Could be the shaders are also breaking things. I was thinking about turning off the shaders anyways. So while I'm here, there are globals. There's like a global shader here. And I could get rid of this. So now those shaders are gone. I wonder if how broken that'll be now. We're just going in and deleting stuff. Is it gonna load the scene? Nothing has shading. um, that's interesting. Even the next patch shaders are gone, but I think I would have to go through each of these individual objects. Oh, smooth out physics-based camera movement. Project settings, physics interpolation. Physics interpolation. Yeah, let's turn that on. I remember that being a big part of Godot 4.4. I think it. Yeah, I think that was one of the new features. If that just smoothed things out immediately, then that'd be a huge W. But I don't think that's going to be the case. No, it still feels really choppy. Need that outline shader back on every material. All these materials are probably just so broken as well. So let's take a look at all of these. Surface material. If I clear that, what I'll do is honestly I'll probably just re-import all the characters stuff. It's easier than going back through all of these materials and getting them back to the state that they were at when they were imported. I think I could maybe just re-import the character. It is player v2. Go to the import. I'm just going to re-import them. Is that going to fix the weirdness that is? Oh, this is a local version of the player. So that's not going to fix that until I drag an actual imported character. This is player v3. Oh, that's funny. It auto-named it. Let's make you local. Actually, I don't need to make you local anymore. Not if you're, not if I'm changing all of your materials all over again. That one glitched material is still there. I wonder, I thought I fixed that last time. That had to be, yeah, I'll have to fix that later. But, I mean, if I run the game, I'll just skip to this scene really quick. That player's going to look more normal than every other thing that has the cell shading on it. I think it was just characters I put cell shading on. Whoa. Excuse me. This doesn't look right. Can I go back to the editor? Yeah, why do you not look right now? Let's close you. That wasn't supposed to happen. Seemed like the camera was bugged out. Either that or the fade transition is breaking it. If I start from the beginning, it might fade in properly. If it breaks again, then that's really weird that the shader changing the player character would break it. So it's going to be just a blank white screen. See what happens. Let's see it. What happens? Is it because there's an error? Just can't see the editor. Play on a oh yeah, okay. What was happening was the game was frozen. There's a black square on the screen now. It's the tiling is messing it all up. Okay. Yeah, I can't play the animation player if it's not set to have editable children. And that should say 2. Let's retry it. That's silly. So something happened where it was like flickering, or there was like a bit of brightness, and then it froze, and I thought that something was like actually broken. Okay. Well, we're reaching some sort of hint of normalcy here. By now, I think I only added shading on the NPC and the player. So, I mean, Oh, and like some of the foliage, but that's not even in this scene, so I'm just gonna re-import this person. You're being re-imported. Let's see. You don't have any weird textures. Oh, you don't have a face no more. I forgot to put that back on you, huh? That's fine. Not worried about that. This character is gonna get some TLC in a bit as well, but you're gonna be faceless, and that's just gonna be how you exist. You're unshaded. Your colors still aren't as bright as I remember having them be, or you just look really. You look like you're being rendered funny. Kind of wanted you to be more. I don't know. We'll see it in the room, and we'll see how the lighting works in there. Ah, you look fine. The fact that you have no face is really horrifying. But other than that, you look fine. What I do want here is I don't care about the cell shading, whatever. Let's put you in the preview sun. But the things that I do want to add here in terms of surface material override or oh, can I not? Do I have to do this on an individual basis then? Is add the next pass filter, the outline filter. But I can't do that unless I make this local. So I still have to do this because I want to modify this material. But I want to... Wait, why don't you let me? This material is now mine. This doesn't belong to anything else, does it? There you go. That was really weird. This is now editable. I just needed to save. Quick load. This should have... All of these should have next pass outline now. So now... Oh, did I get rid of the global... Yeah, this just needs to be deleted. Cell shader base. That's gonna break a bunch of things, but it should be fine. Is there a global? I don't think the next pass outline needed that. Global uniform outline color. And this is going to be a uniform of vector 4. Now it exists. We have to reload the project. Let me reload the project and see if that fixes that now. This might take a second. Oh, we got ads. Perfect timing. There we go. See if that error will still remain if I could add the outline. That's interesting that that has to be done globally. I might go for a oh, outline color and outline width. So it's going to keep on throwing errors until I create these. Is that also a vector 4? It's a float. I mean, I guess I could set the parameters. I want the outline to be black, so it should just be ones across the boards, I think. Let's make that black. It's interesting that that error doesn't just go away. Let's build the project. Let's reload it again. I'm gonna keep on reloading it until it stops getting mad at me. Okay, let's just reload it again. Another ad break. What's happening here? Or is it was it an ad break earlier? It's a good thing I'm just reloading the project over and over again. No more errors here. Oh, the outline is now white. Okay, it should have stayed 0, I guess. Oh, I wanted to zoom in on the head. Oh, but that's parented like to the ground. Oops. You can kind of see that now. It's just the most small outline. So do I have to reload again to apply it? Interesting. I wonder if there's a way to import that and then just add that outline shader whenever I import any material. Because frankly, that should be happening for more or less the whole game unless I turn it off. Yeah, I know that your shader's broken, whatever. So now if I go to the, I think it's body that has this. No, it looks like head has it too. Head, surface, material with the next pass here. Here we go, parameters. Is there a way to change that? Am I just seeing things? Is there not actually an outline on this person's head? I made it huge. I thought it was going to be too thick. It was going to consume the entire face of the person. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. Okay. That's how you do the outline. Okay, it's just one was a really small value. Let's just make it a somewhat large value so that's noticeable. I think without the cell shading, this effect still looks good. But the cell shading, especially on people, was looking really harsh and really weird. And there wasn't a lot of kind of granularity. So, sorry, I just had to swipe away some notifications. We've all been there. So, this also has it. Boots should also have it. Basically, every surface should have it. So I quick load and I put next pass outline. Now the boots will have it. Oh, oopsies. The boots have it. Eyebrows, hair. I guess it's good to be selective because like the face doesn't need to have it. The hair needs to have it though. So if I quick load and throw the next pass outline here, now this character's face just looks all the more natural. Looks all the more like the art style. The nose is still broken. That's got to be fixed. ears. Now I gotta apply it to the clothes too. Weird that this just their skin does that. So I did the hair, the head, not the eyes and mouth, but the pants and the shirt. These clothes probably could use some more work, but that's okay. Oh, for some reason it applied to the pants. The shirt is missing it. That's weird that some of it stayed. Oh, I also didn't do both like this is a multicolored thing, so. Next pass outline on the shirt. I wonder if, yeah, but for both materials. So this is material 1. This is material 2. That looks way better now. The boots are probably looking weird because the toes of the boots aren't getting the outline. Yep. Surface. This next surface here. Next pass outline. Yeah. I like the fact that this is like just a regular shaded player, but they have the kind of cartoony outlining on them. I think that's much better than what it was before, which looked just kind of strange. Probably should do the same for Gigi. That's probably why their colors, I said like the colors of their body look kind of weird. Make local or yeah, make local in order to change these. Next pass. Here, and then you also have a separate color for the screen. That doesn't need the outline. This one already has it. And looks like the arms already have it too. I feel like that's not thick enough. Especially when the game has the characters so far away from the camera sometimes. Oh, but it's like it zooms out on the camera as well. So the player looks really thick. They have a thick outline. Let's get happy medium. I think 6 actually was the good happy medium. I was right. Trust your instincts. So when I go to demo room, and then I guess every other object will have this same outline. I wonder if there's going to be too many conflicting things happening. There's going to be conflicting outlines bouncing around everywhere. Like, this looks crazy. When it zooms in, it's fine, but when you're zoomed out, it looks crazy. Also, no face GG is horrifying. An outline on this, an outline on the printer, outline on this table, on this shelf, on the door, outline on the extruder parts, all this stuff. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting. I think I'm going to have the player spawn here. Either that, the printer kind of dominates the room. The NPC is going to be here. And the player's going to walk up to them here. Or something to that effect. So, kind of wondering how that'll work. Do they still look at them? No, that gets rid of their ability to talk. There's an outline on the hair that, because the hair was like a symmetrical thing, I'll probably have to redo that. Yeah, just this thing, it looks imposing. There's so many, it's like towering over you, it's humongous. I think maybe some of the stylistic choices will kind of help make it less like that. But also the size of it. Maybe I'm going to toy around with this sort of perceived scale of this as well. To make it less like, oh my gosh, this thing's like going to attack me. This looks like something out of Terminator. Also, this like placeholder 3D printing area, that whole thing's got to get changed up. So yeah, I'm wondering if I just made that printer too big. Pressing F8 still stops the project. Okay. Okay. Back to the art stuff. I just wanted to kind of went down a rabbit hole. Apologies for that. So art stuff going on here. I'm gonna block this out right now here while we're in here. The printer, I want you to be maybe like this big. Maybe like that big. I'm surprised the Phantom camera didn't throw a fit. And luckily, since I'm working on art assets, all this stuff could be backported to get a 4.3, the 4.3 version, if we really needed to. Maybe this, and then you also just move it kind of over here. Then where's my console? This console buddy. Or a console. Who you'd be like right here. That looks way less scary. You know? So, and I wonder if this could just be... I'm kind of imagining a world where there's like a POV cam on that little screen of like a... kind of like a camera that's mounted on the head of the extruder, so you could go into precision mode, which is something that I've talked about from a gameplay standpoint with my programmer. But they could also see the actual printer itself. So does this need to be high up? Kind of mimic your point of view? That would also reveal more of the bottom of it. So that'd be interesting. Maybe if I made that transparent, like it was actually like a glass bed, that would also let you see more of what's below and what's beneath. There's a lot of possibilities opening up right now. Center that guy up as best as we can. Something like that. So whoever's using the printer can like look over and see what's happening in real life, but they can also look at the more precise camera, kind of go for something like that. I think these pillars will need to be less pointy. So let's look at this in Blender and how we're gonna kind of recreate what we've had. I'm gonna think about this and take a small break, like a small like 2-minute break. Also, my girlfriend just got home, so I want to say hi to her and stuff. So I'm going to let this sit. Guess I can let this sit on this screen. I'll be back. I have returned with food. So I'm gonna leave webcam off so you don't have to stare at me eating. But let me just double check. That I'm not leaving anybody hanging on Discord. Yeah, I think we're all in a good place. I think we're all fine here. I gotta find a place to put this bowl of food. It's kind of hot. Some asparagus risotto. I don't want to spill. I'm gonna put on my headphones though. Hopefully, OBS's basic noise canceling will cancel out the eating sounds of this risotto. I hope it does. I'm pretty sure it does. I guess in the meantime, what should I do? Let something play out? React to a video? Is that what we do when we eat? Oh, ouch. That felt really hot. Part of the bowl. I had to microwave this food like quite a bit to get it actually hot enough to eat. What else did I have up? I had this up. We're kind of getting there. Seems like it's kind of getting there. It's kind of a comparison. I guess this is the wrong angle here. It's more like this angle, isn't it? We're getting there. Alright, I have to eat a little bit. This would normally be a time where I could chat with a couple of you guys, but it's a bit empty in here. Can I play Twitch-friendly music? I'm pretty sure Ludwig has a soundtrack that can be played on stream and isn't like copyright. Maybe I should have that for background. I guess I could also put the Heartbound soundtrack up too. That's also for creators. Let's find out. Oh, let me see. Yeah, bring me there. Is it because all of this is maximized over it? Is that why? Yeah, I think that was it. Ludwig music for streamers. So I don't get a copyright thing. Stream safe music on Spotify. There's a... I'll just find the one on YouTube, I guess. Or is it safe to do the Spotify one? I feel like that's a trap. This looks like the right one. I don't know. Let me pull up my actual Spotify. Rather than do it on the web. Well, which window is it going to be on? Ludwig stream safe music. Alright, let's just see what this is about. Some of these aren't on here anymore. You know? It's raining. And this is the vibe. Yeah, some of these I think they're taken out because for some reason they became... I don't know what happened here, actually. I don't know why those are grayed out. Like, do they just not exist anymore? Alright, well. I guess I have to make sure that this... Well, if it's stream safe, does that mean it's also safe for the VOD? You know? This needs to be minimized. This could be minimized as well. Wow, that was a really short loop. That song did not hang around. That song came and it went. It's like, yeah, you're good. Is this a vibe? Does this game have these vibes? If I left the main menu of the game running, well, that would misrepresent the game. Because the main menu song's not going to sound like this. I just did this. There. This is the eating moment. Hot? You bit your tongue? You bit your cheek? Sour? What happened? Cold. I thought you heated up the rest of the risotto. What? Mm-hmm. The game? There's a game right now? So yeah. It's kind of gonna be like Stardew Valley. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know if we have like magical beings. Actually, this does touch up. I'm eating, so I don't want to eat and talk too much. There's a way to build relationships in the game that I have in mind. Obviously, it's not in the game yet. But, I mean, I guess, honestly, people would probably want those relationships to be romantic. But I kind of wanted to have the vibe of, like, making friends in your 30s.
You're not even 30.
I know. But just, like, making friends past college. Of, like, you know, like, you make your friends in, like, high school and stuff. Because you're basically, like, if you go to public school, you're in, like, a social situation. But this is, like, having neighbors, becoming friends with them having different personalities. And their different personalities aren't always, like, compatible, but they still get along. You know what I mean? Like, nobody really hates each other. And depending on who's in your friend group, it's, you know how, like, Stardew Valley, you level up your heart points and it unlocks, like, a one-on-one cutscene? I would kind of like a system where, kind of more like the festivals, you see a little bit of everyone. Oh, what's up, kid? She's hungry. But they will only show up in those... They'll only show up in the events, like, at the quote-unquote festivals, if you're more friends with them. Like, you're getting them to do outings. And then they're all saying, like, oh, I actually hate heights, so the fact that we're, like, going, I don't know, rock climbing or something is, like, really, like, terrible for me. And, like, the other one's like, oh, let's go do it. And they, like, you know, the fact that they're very different people doesn't take away from the fact that they can't just like enjoy each other's company. And like, and that's like, I don't know, it's just like friend group outings, but your friend group can expand or contract as much as you spend time with the villagers and stuff in the game, which makes the, I guess, the one-on-one cutscenes, you only really have to write out one half of a conversation, and then the player chooses like the multiple choice things. But now you have to have the dynamic of how do all these things play off each other, script-wise and dialogue-wise, when multiple people can or can't be in the scene, or it's like possible for either one. I can't believe the cat screaming doesn't appear on the microphone capture.
Come here. Since when does she doesn't?
Or maybe, I don't know. He probably does it all the time. Maybe
Oh my god. He's hyper. Oh my god.
certain combinations of friends will have certain things happen in the cutscenes. You know, like the reserved shy friend. Something could happen in a particular outing. But if you only just have like your rambunctious outgoing person as a friend, you don't see that. So you have to like kind of, and it's like you have to have certain combinations of friends for something kind of special to happen, you know? So. What's this around? So good thing the cat type her now, rather than right after she eats. So that makes her sick. I'm gonna move this out of the way. Uh-oh. She's just tearing. She's so fast.
I'm not chasing you downstairs.
You should. You're not chasing her downstairs? Why not? It's good cardio to run up and downstairs. Also, staircases are like the thing most likely to cause us injury in this house. Just like falling down the stairs. You take out a lot of people across the country. Bathtubs and bathtubs and staircases. Yeah. It's actually kind of crazy we haven't found a better way to traverse floors vertically. An elevator, but like, you don't have an elevators in people's homes, other than like a dumbwaiter back in the day. The stair lift, like they put in old people's homes, the rail. good.
You done running? You want to be a burrito?
Yeah, she does. I hope Ludwig wasn't trolling when he made this playlist of stream safe music. I'm gonna get copyrighted. Oh, what a baby. You want her on camera? Little burrito baby. I'm gonna drop her on my food.
Oh no.
Uh-oh, she wants out of the burrito.
Be a burrito.
That's it.
Oh, just that glimpse. Okay. Alright, where's the cat?
Hmm.
No.
Mm. Is that her head I'm touching?
That's her butt.
Oh.
Nappy?
They're probably really antsy to eat because it's so cold. Wants to eat to warm up.
What are you doing? Baby.
It's an empty bowl.
What's a vegetarian?
There's no more food in it. Alright. Food is done. Back to work. I think I'm gonna keep this stream safe playlist. I wonder if that means I have to like cut it out of the VOD. If it'll do it automatically. I'm just gonna get the copyright and just take the L. No idea. Excuse me. Yeah, these are like grayed out. Some of these are grayed out. All the ones by streamables. So, does that mean I'm in trouble? Is there any like caveats to this? Huh. Well, we're just gonna hope for the best. That's what else can we do? I don't have any sort of compressor to turn down the music when I talk either, so we're really hoping for the best. I guess I could just turn it down. This could just sit lower in the background. Okay. Doing this work alongside music will probably help me focus. I I wonder if I could import. Oh, append. Where's the little bit of corn? This is gonna probably be huge. Oh, I forgot how to like bring in a scene, a blender into another blender. So that's back to Google. Blender import another blend file. Oh, just copy and paste. That's probably the easiest way to do that. Yeah, that makes sense. So let me just open another Blender. Let me save. Just open another instance of Blender. Is it gonna open both of the wrong ones? Oh, well that's a new scene, so wait. Let's open it in this one. Tutorial for corn. Open. So let's see if I can open on two scenes side by side. Is that doing anything? Oh, I mean, this is definitely not responding, so it's doing something. Just give it a second. Did it just freeze? Did it just crash? No, it says corn at the top here. So I don't know. This scene still works. This blender isn't frozen. Oh, it's loading in. I don't know. It's taking so long. And I don't need the leafy parts of this. I just need this part. So I bring you in here. You're almost like the perfect size already. Basically living in there like that. What am I minimizing and maximizing? Where the kernels live on? I'm gonna start naming these nozzle, or this is extruder. Body. Kernels on the spool. If I minimize, like, get rid of that, will it break it? Yes, it will. Okay, so now I can close this. I'll probably cut a hole of the same diameter into that. Into all of this. Maybe not. We'll just click through. That's totally fine. Is this what it looked like in our concept as well? Yeah, it basically did. I kind of feel bad. It seems like this is really small now. Let me make a new let me close this. This doesn't need to be. I don't need to save any changes. Didn't really change anything. Let's make group this and then better collection. The corn collection. There we go. That's better organized now. Yeah, seems like we're headed in the right direction. So now, I think what I actually need to do with all of this, first of all, it seems like the print bed and the grids act as the ground. So I'm going to actually move those so that they are kind of in line with the ground plane. Oops. Apply scale, and apply location, apply rotation. There you go. Wait. Apply scale and apply location. Whoa, what happened there? What's that? Spool went down. Why is spool so low? What the heck? What happened there? Okay, there's something wrong with that when I applied location. Do you have a modifier on you? I have to apply this modifier first. Yeah, okay. But that's still bad. For some reason, applying rotation here breaks that. So I guess that's just not gonna... Oh, because these are arrays that need to be applied. Okay, I understand now. So are the scales of both of these grid lines still not... Oh, it's just the rotations. So I'm wondering if I just need to apply these.
What?
There we go. Alrighty. Okay, so I'm not going to focus on the light bridges until I have the pillars they're going to move on. So we're going to go back to the drawing board here. Here, make the screen super duper bright. So that's just how we live our lives. I'm going to turn the brightness of my iPad down because it literally makes the face cam too bright. So let's take a look at these pillars. Oh, I didn't even really do the print bed. Not the print bed, I mean the, we didn't draw any sort of, chassis, like the body, below the print surface. And we didn't want to just do a rectangle. Could be interesting. Be kind of interesting if it was on held up on a balance point for leveling. I'm just gonna start throwing shapes that kind of stick out in my head here. So let's do a half of a sphere. Something like this. Even bigger, actually. Next. Oops, I missed a tiny bit that was off camera. These fill and subdivide. The old trick. Then move by distance. I guess it doesn't create a new vertex either. crazy that just works. So it's on a ball, and then it can tilt, so that helps it achieve leveledness. But now I kind of want these pieces to be... Now I want stuff on the corners, like arms jutting out of this, to help it tilt. You know? Or maybe the things that tilt it are actually attached to the bottom of the print surface itself. You know? Let me, for at least right now, let me see if I could play around with this. And then I'm going to give this a material. And I'll assign another material to it. But let's keep this... dark red. And if I could get this part and then make this like a sort of blue magic part. Assign it to that. And you're going to be slightly emissive. Or very emissive, I don't really know. Can't really tell. I don't know if red is the right color for this one though. But I could change it. Maybe the darkest purple. Because now we don't have to worry about the bed being the part that moves. This is starting to take a shape. I don't know if it's the right shape. It's nice and round. I don't think there's a really good way to round off this corner. If I bevel this like that, before I do that, I'm applying scale like a good boy, right? Can't really see the outline on that. Okay, we're getting somewhere. You know what? There doesn't need to be any light rails. Now that this is moving basically on all three axes on its own, I'm just gonna make this thing a hovercraft. That's what's gonna happen here. Yeah, that's the final form of this thing. we don't have to worry about a lot of things interfering with the camera. There'll be no gantry on this printer. That's going to be interesting. Let's see. Ad start in 5 seconds, so. I should have just some. So this is gonna go. I think this top part's gonna go. Yeah. Is there a better way to look at this? I wonder if the fact that it's basically flying is gonna make it seem overly stiff when it controls like more like a machine, or more like it's like being pulled around. But that does mean that these parts here are gonna go. Oops. That's not the good way of doing that. This part's obviously still going to extrude up through this. Let me move the corn back down. So it's just a little bit. Oops. Let's move the corn down. And let's go back to move this guy. Do the old trick here. Pretty sure that doesn't like fill in with double the polygons, but it's like it's not. it's blocking a lot of the view. I don't know if I like that. I wonder if it's because I had it come outwards. I should probably have it come straight out. Like this. Like that. Yeah, that's the way. Found a way. Left side here. It's like gonna be like a helicopter, basically. But it's gonna have little hover balls. That sounds weird when I say it like that. But it's gonna have a, like, basically the inverse of this thing down here. This thing. It's gonna have the inverse of that. Oops. What did I do? I like the fact that I can just highlight stuff. This right here. But it's kind of, if I do this, then do this. That's fun. What happens if I do that in the game? That's the case where this needs to spin on its own. This actually needs to be a separate part. So I need to grab this. And split it. So now there's this part and this part. Yeah. I call it the propeller thing. Because it's not really like a winged propeller. This definitely does need to be filled though. Bottom of this propeller thing needs to also now be filled. Horn, you must go away. Oh, what just happened? Hello? Whoa, that is not what I expected at all. There you go, much better. Maybe I won't have it spin, but I'll still keep these separate just in case. I'll add the spheres to them. Let's say cursor to object. Geometry, and then cursor to object. Cursor to select it, and then I will add the orbs. Always the wrong sphere every single time. Just type in UV to get a UV sphere. Something like that. Can I edit all of these at the same time? Not median point, individual origins. And I'll assign those kind of same materials. So I'm gonna call this brass, yellow, and red, black. What other materials? What is this? Blue, magic. I'll just keep that consistent, honestly. What happened to my... Oh. Whatever happened to my... What happened to my other thing? What happened to the thing? Corn is here. Oh, shoot. Did I really add that to the corn? This is just a sphere. Oh, okay. This is chassis again. Am I spelling that right? Yeah, okay. And that kind of is what a chassis is, so we're in the right place. We're in the right place. I wonder if those should be the same color, basically, then. Chassis, blue. This one I'm actually just gonna make blue magic. And these need to be organized because the chassis shouldn't live in the corn collection. That's weird. Loading orb thing. Just doing some project management. This should live in extruder. I guess this collection is basically the extruder. This should live somewhere else. But these guys could go up here. My extruder. And print bed just has to live in like a so non-collection. It doesn't really need to be in a collection, I guess. And I'll edit all these. And that will be a material. everything that isn't the top part. Oops. Wait, I can't assign this material to multiple things at the same time? It's kind of weird. Oops, this isn't working very well. Oh. Okay, this is kind of a pain in the butt to do it this way then. Well, all of you guys can be chassis blue. For now. I guess I could just reduplicate this. I'm just gonna do that. Let's just do this the easier way. I gotta clear these groups. This is weird. Nope, don't want to do that. That's just what I wanted. There you go. I just gotta duplicate this 4 times. Much better. Technically this... Well, first of all, that's still broken. That's not proper. Let me get rid of all the other things that sit below this. And then this edge loop, we extrude it inwards a little bit. That way there's actually a sort of entrance to that. Whoa, okay, calm down. Do the old trick. I think that's filled. Triangulate it. So that's fully closed, there's no holes. It's a fake hole. I don't know about the blue. That might also just be brass. Maybe just this needs to be chassis blue as well. That makes it look quite a bit better, actually. That blue and yellow is a nice color combo, too. This chassis should be more metallic, or at least shinier. You need some bevels. That's what you need, bro. You need some bevels. I wonder if what would happen, how messed up it would get. Yep, that's messed up. That's pretty messed up. Nope. Not doing that. That's kind of hitting like the right spot. Oh, not quite. Because it's not grabbing all these corners. There you go. Oh, I wonder if there's a way to hide multiple things at the same time. What's gonna be weird is this thing's gonna hover, but it's gonna be almost completely stationary when you're still. There's not gonna be any inertia or momentum. So I'm wondering if I should still actually have these connect to light beams of some sort. Actually, here we go, here we go, here we go. I think this is the right move. And the light beams will come out of those, or connect to those somehow. And that'll pull in the X and Y. So it's going to go back to being tethered by light rails. Wait, where'd all of your material groups go? These guys. Oops. I wonder if this is gonna draw weird lines along the grid and make like the depth of things look really weird. I wonder if this guy also needs some beveling. There's a lot of polygons. I don't think that's the right way to do that. Here we go. And here, oh, I know how we could pretend to keep this centered. Taurus. Doing so many cool things now. That's gonna stick out of the top, so very thin Taurus. You know, this looks about right. I hope this is all still to scale properly. Let's apply scale before I forget. This chassis needs so much more detailing. Got 15 minutes to finish this up for today. I'm wondering how these light rails, what they're going to connect to. I was thinking maybe like holes. But those would get in the way of the camera as you're playing, so I'm kind of wondering. Hmm. That's start in a minute. You have a headache or something? Yeah? You can go take a nap? Okay. Hmm. There's so much black in this. And this blue is really dark. I want chassis blue to be bright. Yeah, those kind of shades of blue kind of go together well. Or this should also be that sort of... Now let's leave that as a color. That could be completely neutral. But these... I want that to be chassis purple, I guess would be the better term. Yeah, okay. Brings a little bit more life into it. Here's an idea. Oh, man. I don't know. I think I want to stick to the light rails. I'm going to stick to that now and change that later if it really feels like it ought to be changed. I guess for one of the light rails, I could copy and paste one of these on the grid. Can I just select one of the grid lines anymore? No, it doesn't exist anymore. I did this. And deleted all the extra ones. Let's see here. That kind of works. Weirdly enough. But what are they going to connect to is the real thing. And honestly, that'd be better served by like a particle effect. I wonder if it should be like a like one of those circular 3D printers where they're actually kind of hanging it from above and moving it that way. Because I could draw it like instead of them going out horizontally like this, they were actually coming down. It's like suspended, like it's on a cable. Like on those two, like that. Not entirely sure. Because then the fact that those posts would be higher up means it would be out of the way. Oh, these are just shorter? No, they're the same. But why are these... Hello? Why are those different... This one does go further out. Does it? Is this not a square? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's a square. How is that possible? Where this is... Oh, is it because the camera's not centered? Okay, okay. I was like, there's no way that that's going to a different place. That's why now I'm centered. Okay, whew. I was about to be so confused. Scale on the x-axis 1.1. On the y-axis 1.1. That should have been 2. So the x 1.2. X-axis. Then scale on the y-axis 1.2. So now those are hanging over. Now from any angle, you don't really have to worry about the gantry getting in the way. These light rails get in the way a little bit, though. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was like a lot of reflective stuff. I'm sorry. That was a little bit of a bright flashy lights moment. What's kind of nice about this whole thing is if this stuff, as it moves along the x-axis, the y-axis, you don't really, you just leave it clipping through, it'll just go right through it. You don't have to grow or shrink those or anything. You can just move this whole assembly up and down. I'm gonna make this as simple as possible. So all of this, I'm just gonna put this at the max height for now. Then can I have this? Oops. Something like that. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Technically, this should be really tall. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We'll just have it settle at 15. 14. Same thing here. Rotate. There you go. And I will put something that kind of acts as like a corner railing, like a reflector, almost like a periscope. It's like almost like a periscoping system, you know? At the bottom, I could just add some sphere orbs. They kind of just look like these guys. Can I do that right now? Actually kind of perfect. Yeah, I mean, you're never going to look at the bottom of those anyway, so seeing that little blue dot's not going to bother the heck out of me too much. Although I could easily just fix it by doing this. Nope. A lot of emissive stuff. There's going to be a lot of blue light thrown everywhere, I'm pretty sure. This is like a Tron grid. So this is going to be kind of nuts. Alright, so the last little bit is the reflecty bit. It's like the little periscope bit. And then I could do the same thing. It's 4 multiplied. So the only issue is this now does have to grow and shrink. So that will probably not be in the final, in the gameplay version. It will probably be like some sort of scalable thing. I think it's scaled up and down with the object. I mean, either that or I could put like these on the side, on the other side, and have those move up and down on some sort of mechanism. But it might be just easier to just do a little corner thing and have that resize. So I could get that in programming. Also, time to rename some of these. And these are the, I don't know, what should I call these? The Z rails. Can I name all of these? Can I rename? Can I rename? Rename? That's one way to do it, I guess. So the Z rails. It's like a big old hovering platform thingy. This is turning out to be look a little bit too sci-fi and not enough solar punk. What would be a good idea is to just put their origins in a place where they could be scaled easily. Where is it? 3D cursor to selected, right? And then set origin to 3D cursor. So when this gets scaled on its vertical axis, it goes up and down. I don't know if you guys can see that. So now with its origin in the right place, we could move this up and down the z-axis. So that should work for all of them. Getting that to work in code is going to be a little bit of a nightmare. Cursor to selected. Set origin to 3D cursor. Cursor to selected. Set origin to 3D cursor. Cursor to selected. Set origin to 3D cursor. So now all four of these can raise and lower. That's an okay solution. I think that's an acceptable solution. So there's that. The last bit is the corners. So I'm just gonna throw a triangular prism and it'll almost be like a reflective lens. Like, so let's do add cube. Then I'm honestly just gonna raise you up really quick. Going to frame selected. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get rid of these verts. Right, that's like a prism. I'm gonna live here. Actually, to kind of, how am I gonna do this? Oh, I shouldn't have made you get a better idea. I'm gonna turn you back into a cube. This. And instead of turning into a triangle, the prism will live inside of this. So now, or if I should have done these in thirds instead. That way there's like a centered bit. Yep, that's the way to go. Something like that. Same thing here, honestly. I wonder now if I get you, then do a little bit of little copy paste magic here. There we go. Now we got something going. Thing is, still I have to oh, we'll just clip those into the floor. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna see below that. So we just move this whole thing when we move along the z-axis. That's perfect. And completely found that out completely on purpose. Just that, yeah, we'll just send a light rail into the floor below the world plane. That sounds like, yeah, that sounds like how we have to do things. So this controls Z movement here. I guess this really tells us where our max height is anyways. This feels like that's a cubed area of sorts. This probably, I don't even know how many kind of grid squares across this is. And I'm not talking about the grid we've created, but I'm going to call this, going to rename these rail corner. Oh, copy. There you go. The rail corners. It's in the corn, but it shouldn't be in corn. I mean, all these are starting to get into weird places. This should be up here. In mechanism. Then all the base stuff. Maybe the Z-rail should be partnered with the print bed. And that weird sphere. Where's the weird sphere? Wait, what group are you in? You're not supposed to be in a group, I don't think. Are you in corn still? Did I not take you out of corn? Oh, man. Really dropped the ball there. And there's a lot of parts in this. But yeah, everything up there. Floating orb base should be partnered with base. I think the Z rails should be stay up here though. So maybe Z rails go up with extrusion mechanism, as well as rail corners and the floating orb thingies. But the rest of this that's down here, well, the print bed stays its own thing. New, shoot, new collection. New collection. What? No, I put that collection, the other collection. My bad. I did not want that. Call this base. The chassis and the floating orbs all go in there. I mean, honestly, these things should just be joined, right? Those are just all one and the same now. I don't even care if it's clipping. That's, okay, let me select all and apply scale. And rotation. And let me save this and export it and see what it looks like in place of what we already have. So let's go to the assets folder, models, and then let's put in the game. That'll be the last thing we do. So let me hide this printer and let me bring in, whoa, he's too big. He's way too big. What happened? Okay, well, let's just pretend that never happened. Make it half the size. Actually, make you a quarter the size. Now let's get to exporting. Let's try that again. Where are we here? Yeah, that's much more palatable, I think. Let's reset your position. You're still very tall. Maybe I shouldn't have made you so tall. You're also taller than the building, so that's going to be a bit of a thing. I'm going to make it even smaller. Is it? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's supposed to be big because in the... Yeah, okay, I can see why I made it big now. It's supposed to be big, it just needs to be scaled down. Because in the overworld, things aren't to scale the same way. So I just need to make you... Yeah. And then make your scale here smaller. Like 6 times smaller. There's a way in Godot 4 to lower things based on their based on like their collision box, but ads start in a minute, and that is a job well done. That's kind of a lot taken care of. I know it's mainly one asset, but this is probably the most detailed asset and the asset that the player's going to see a lot of in the game. So I'm pretty happy about that. And you know what? Funnily enough, these two things match up. They kind of came together in a way that's really funny. So that's pretty cool. Pretty happy about that. Oh, the corn got exported. Oh, I don't think the corn, well, I guess for show the corn could get exported, so. But the kernels didn't for some reason. Why are the kernels not there? Is it because this is gone? Maybe. Let's try and just export it and get the kernels back in. Then, oh, where's Godot? Come back here. Huh. Corn kernels, you're invisible. They're there. Oh, because I didn't apply the modifier. That's why they're invisible. Kernels need the modifier applied, yeah. Apply. Since it's more or less a prop, I'm okay with it being like that for now. Let's see it. Moment of truth. Yeah, we got kernels. we have an extruder. We need more beveled edges on those corners here. I made a little oopsie, but I think that's it for today. That's kind of crazy how getting stuff done by a certain time, having that sort of pressure, really makes you more productive. And red ads.